Take a slow, comfortable breath and allow the noise of the day to drift gently away. Tonight, there is nowhere you need to be except along a quiet forest road where the rain has been falling since early afternoon. The world beyond the trees has almost disappeared beneath a soft silver mist. Every distant hill has faded into gentle shades of blue and gray, leaving only the comforting rhythm of raindrops upon ancient leaves. Imagine yourself walking at an easy pace beneath a weathered traveling cloak. The fabric is dry beneath the broad hood, though tiny droplets gather along its edge before quietly falling to the moss below. Your boots press softly into the damp forest path, leaving faint footprints that the rain slowly erases behind you. There is no rush, no destination demanding your attention, only the peaceful journey ahead. The forest surrounding you is known as the Whispering Pines. Travelers have crossed these woods for centuries, not because it is the fastest route, but because it is the calmest. The towering pine trees seem impossibly old, their trunks wide enough that 3 people together could barely wrap their arms around one. Their branches stretch high above, like the beams of a great cathedral, catching the rain before allowing it to fall in tiny sparkling drops. Some say the trees whisper, not with words, but with the quiet music created whenever the wind gently moves through thousands upon thousands of pine needles. You pause for a moment, close your eyes, listen carefully. There it is, a long, slow sigh passing through the forest, gentle, steady, almost like the breathing of the woods themselves. The scent here is comforting beyond description. Fresh pine resin, frange-soaked earth, soft moss, wild herbs growing unnoticed beside forgotten stones. Somewhere nearby, a tiny stream laughs quietly beneath a wooden bridge hidden behind thick ferns. A robin shakes water from its feathers before disappearing into the shelter of an evergreen branch. Everything feels peaceful. Nothing feels hurried. You continue walking. The path slowly curves around enormous roots that rise naturally from the earth like the backs of sleeping dragons. Tiny lantern mushrooms glow faintly beside fallen logs, their pale golden light almost invisible beneath the afternoon rain. Nobody knows exactly why they glow. The old stories simply say they always have. And somehow that answer has always been enough. After another gentle stretch of walking, you discover an old wooden sign standing beside the road. Its edges have become smooth after countless seasons of rain and snow. The carved letters remain surprisingly clear. The Last Lantern Inn, 2 miles ahead. Beneath those words, someone has carved another message, smaller and older. Every traveler arrives exactly when they are meant to. You smile quietly. There is something comforting about the sentence, not because it promises adventure, but because it asks nothing from you at all. You simply continue forward. The rain grows slightly heavier, not unpleasantly. It becomes a soft curtain that blurs the distant trees into gentle watercolor paintings. Tiny puddles form across the road, reflecting the gray sky like polished mirrors. As you step around one pool of rainwater, you notice something unusual. A small fox sits beneath an ancient cedar tree. Its fur is the rich orange color of autumn leaves. Instead of running away, it simply watches you with calm golden eyes. It seems completely at peace. After a few quiet moments, the little fox stands, stretches slowly, and begins walking along the road ahead. Not quickly, not cautiously, almost as though it expects you to follow. You do. For several peaceful minutes, the fox leads the way through winding forest paths lined with moss-covered stones and tiny white flowers that continue blooming despite the steady rain. Eventually, the animal pauses beside a narrow wooden bridge crossing a crystal-clear stream. It looks back toward you one final time, then slips silently into the forest, gone without a sound. You cross the bridge alone. The water beneath flows gently over smooth, round stones polished by hundreds of years. Small fish drift lazily through the current. Their silver scales shimmer whenever the fading afternoon light reaches beneath the surface. The bridge itself creaks softly beneath each careful step, not from weakness, but simply because old wood enjoys reminding travelers of its long history. Beyond the bridge, the forest slowly begins to change. The towering pines become mixed with broad ancient oaks, whose branches spread like welcoming arms. Colorful ivy climbs forgotten stone walls that seem to belong to buildings long returned to nature. Here and there, small lanterns hang from tree branches. Each glows with a warm amber light despite the rain. No flames dance inside them, only a peaceful golden glow that never flickers. No one remembers who lights them. No one remembers when they first appeared. Yet every evening, every season, every year, they continue shining quietly. The rain softens again. Far ahead, almost hidden by drifting mist, you notice the faint outline of rooftops rising above the trees. Not a village, not a castle, just one large building. Warm light shines through dozens of small windows. Thin streams of chimney smoke curl lazily into the evening rainy sky. Even from this distance, you almost imagine you can smell fresh bread baking beside a crackling fire. The last lantern in. Still another mile away. Still waiting patiently. You slow your pace even more. There is no reason to hurry. The inn has stood here for generations. It will still be there when you arrive. For now, the forest offers one more quiet gift. As evening gently settles across whispering pines, thousands of tiny golden fireflies begin appearing beneath the trees, one after another, then dozens, then hundreds. Their soft lights drift lazily through the rain, like floating stars that have wandered down from the cloudy sky. The rain continued its gentle song as you followed the winding forest road, each quiet step bringing the welcoming lights of the inn a little closer. Evening had now settled over whispering pines, wrapping every tree and every stone in soft shades of deep blue and silver. The glowing windows ahead seemed almost magical against the darkening forest. Their warm amber light spilled gently onto the rain-soaked ground, creating little pools of gold that shimmered with every falling raindrop. The closer you came, the more details slowly revealed themselves. The last lantern inn was larger than you had first imagined. Its walls were built from smooth gray stone, gathered from the nearby hills many centuries ago. Thick wooden beams crossed the front of the building, each one polished by countless seasons of rain, snow, and gentle summer sunshine. Ivy climbed peacefully across the walls, its leaves glistening beneath tiny drops of rain. A wide porch wrapped around the front of the inn. Wooden rocking chairs rested beneath the shelter of the roof, each one gently swaying whenever a cool breeze wandered through the forest. Several lanterns hung from carved oak posts. Unlike ordinary lanterns, these glowed with a soft golden light that never flickered even as the evening wind drifted quietly through the trees. The old stories claimed they had been burning for hundreds of years. No one could remember who had first lit them. No one had ever seen them go out. You paused for just a moment at the foot of the stone pathway leading toward the front door. Behind you, the forest stretched endlessly into the evening mist. Ahead, the inn waited with quiet patience. There was something deeply comforting about knowing you did not have to hurry. The inn had always welcomed tired travelers. It would welcome you just the same. A gentle breeze carried a wonderful collection of scents toward you: freshly baked bread, warm cinnamon, slow-cooked vegetable soup, oak firewood crackling inside a great stone fireplace, and something sweet, perhaps warm honey cakes cooling beside a kitchen window. For a brief moment, you simply stood there, breathing in the peaceful mixture of rain and comforting aromas. The forest had offered silence. The inn now offered warmth. Both felt equally welcoming. You stepped onto the porch. The old wooden boards creaked softly beneath your boots, not with complaint, but almost like an old friend quietly announcing your arrival. Beside the entrance stood a carved wooden bench. Resting peacefully upon it was a sleeping orange cat. Its fur rose and fell with slow, contented breaths. One ear twitched as you passed, but otherwise it made no effort to wake. Even the cat seemed to understand that evenings at the Last Lantern Inn were never hurried. Above the heavy oak door hung a polished brass bell. Not a large bell, just enough to announce visitors without disturbing the peaceful atmosphere. As your hand reached toward the door, it opened before you could knock. Standing there was an elderly woman wearing a forest green dress beneath a thick woolen apron. Silver hair was gathered neatly beneath a simple scarf. Her smile was gentle, not surprised, not curious, almost as though she had been expecting you all along. "Welcome," she said softly. "Come inside before the rain grows colder." Her voice carried the warmth of someone who had welcomed travelers for many years. You stepped across the threshold. Immediately, the sounds of the forest became softer. The rain remained outside, now little more than a peaceful whisper beyond thick stone walls. Inside, the inn glowed with golden firelight. A magnificent fireplace stretched nearly from floor to ceiling. Large oak logs burned steadily within it, filling the room with gentle warmth and the comforting scent of seasoned wood. Several travelers sat quietly nearby. No one spoke loudly. One elderly man slowly turned the pages of an enormous leather-bound book. A young woman carefully embroidered tiny flowers onto a traveling cloak. Near one window, two musicians quietly played a harp and a wooden flute, so softly that their music blended almost perfectly with the distant rain. No one seemed concerned with time. No one appeared to be rushing anywhere. It felt less like an inn and more like a place where the world itself slowed down. The elderly innkeeper smiled kindly. "My name is Eleanor," she said. "My family have cared for this inn for longer than anyone remembers." She accepted your damp cloak and carefully hung it beside dozens of others drying peacefully near the fire. Each cloak seemed to tell the story of a different traveler, different colors, different fabrics, different journeys, yet all rested together in quiet harmony. You must be tired. Perhaps you were, but somehow, standing inside this peaceful place, it became difficult to remember exactly what tiredness had felt like. The warmth of the fireplace seemed to melt away every mile you had walked through the rain. Eleanor guided you toward a long wooden table crafted from a single enormous oak. Fresh bread waited inside a woven basket. A small clay pot held creamy butter sprinkled with tiny forest herbs. Steam drifted upward from a bowl of vegetable soup whose gentle fragrance filled the room. She placed everything before you without asking for payment. "Travelers eat first," she said, with another warm smile. "Questions can always wait until tomorrow." You thanked her quietly. The first bite of warm bread was wonderfully soft. The soup carried comforting flavors of carrots, potatoes, onions, rosemary, thyme, and something unfamiliar, a small herb that seemed to capture the peaceful scent of the forest itself. Outside, rain continued tapping gently against every window. Inside, the fire crackled softly. The musicians continued their peaceful melody. The cat eventually wandered inside and curled beside the fireplace. The entire inn seemed to breathe together in calm rhythm. For the first time in many days, the quiet lantern room invited you to wander without purpose, as though every shelf had patiently waited for this exact evening. Eleanor stepped away for a moment, leaving you alone among the warm amber lights, trusting that silence itself would be the finest guide. You slowly walked between the tall wooden shelves, noticing how every lantern seemed to possess its own quiet personality. Some were perfectly polished, reflecting the gentle glow of their neighbors, while others carried tiny scratches, faded paint, or smooth edges worn by hands that had held them many years before. None appeared neglected. Each felt deeply treasured. Above you, the ceiling curved into a graceful dome crafted from dark oak beams. Tiny glass panels had been placed between the beams, allowing the soft rain outside to shimmer like distant stars. Raindrops slipped quietly across the glass, creating slow silver trails that caught the lantern light before disappearing into the darkness beyond. The room seemed to breathe with the weather. Calm, steady, peaceful. Your attention settled upon a lantern unlike the others. It stood upon a small circular table near the center of the room. Simple, round, made from smooth walnut wood. There were no carvings, no painted flowers, no polished silver decorations, only one tiny brass plate fastened beneath its handle. Curiosity gently encouraged you closer. The small plate carried just 3 carefully engraved words, "For quiet hearts." You smiled without quite knowing why. The words carried no mystery, only comfort. Eleanor quietly returned carrying another warm cup of herbal tea. She noticed where you were standing and smiled with familiar affection. "That lantern has greeted every guest for nearly a century." You looked toward her. "Who made it?" "No one knows." She gently placed the teacup into your hands. "It was already here when my grandfather was a little boy." She looked lovingly toward the lantern. "He always believed that certain objects become peaceful simply because they've spent many years surrounded by kindness." Her words settled into the room as naturally as the rain outside. Nothing magical, Nothing impossible, just a simple thought that somehow felt entirely true. You continued exploring. Near one corner stood a beautifully carved globe, almost as tall as your shoulders. Instead of countries or oceans, its surface displayed forests, lakes, mountain paths, little villages, bridges, bakeries, gardens, windmills, and quiet inns. Every place had been painted by hand. Tiny lantern symbols marked dozens of locations. "The lantern map," Eleanor explained. "Every place where our guests have built peaceful homes after leaving here." You slowly turned the globe. Whispering Pines, Moonmere Lake, Silver Hollow, the Valley of Blue Ferns, Starlight Orchard, Willow Crossing, the Cedar Mill, Sunrise Meadow. Each name sounded gentle enough to belong inside a dream. "People often think traveling is about finding somewhere new," Eleanor said softly. "But most journeys are really about discovering where your heart finally becomes quiet." The words lingered comfortably in your thoughts. A soft bell chimed somewhere downstairs, not loud, only once. Eleanor smiled. "Our evening bread has finished baking." The warm scent drifted upstairs only moments later. Fresh bread, sweet butter, roasted herbs, cinnamon. For just an instant, the lantern room seemed even warmer. As you followed Eleanor back through the hallway, you noticed details that had escaped your attention before. Small wooden birds carved into the stair railing, pressed wildflowers framed beneath tiny pieces of glass, an old clock whose hands moved almost silently, a woven rug showing pine trees beneath countless golden stars. Nothing inside the inn felt expensive. Everything felt carefully loved. Returning to the common room, you found several new travelers quietly arriving from the rain. A young couple gently shook water from their cloaks before warming themselves beside the fireplace. An elderly woman removed a wide straw hat decorated with lavender. A shepherd carefully dried the paws of his faithful sheepdog before stepping farther inside. No one spoke loudly, no one hurried. Each newcomer was welcomed with the same peaceful smile Eleanor had offered you. Fresh towels appeared, warm tea followed, then bread. Always bread first. The fire had grown brighter while you were upstairs. Golden light danced across the stone walls, making the room feel smaller in the most comforting way. The musicians had begun another melody. This one flowed slowly like rainwater, winding through smooth forest stones. You settled into a deep armchair beside one of the windows. Outside, darkness had fully embraced Whispering Pines. The forest had become a sea of gentle shadows. Only the lanterns lining the pathway continued shining. Their warm glow stretched into the distance until the mist quietly swallowed them one by one. You wondered how many travelers had watched that same peaceful view. Hundreds? Thousands? Perhaps far more. Every season, every generation, the inn had remained exactly where weary hearts needed it. A tiny movement outside caught your eye. The orange cat from the porch now sat beneath one of the lanterns, calmly watching the falling rain. Soon another cat appeared, gray, older. Together they sat without moving, quietly observing the peaceful night as though keeping silent company with the forest itself. Eleanor noticed your smile. They've been friends for many years. They never miss an evening like this. You laughed softly. Somehow that seemed perfectly natural. The fire crackled, the rain whispered, the lanterns glowed, and for the first time in a very long while, you realized you hadn't thought about tomorrow even once.
There was no need. Tonight was enough. The warmth of the inn, the kindness of strangers, the endless rhythm of rain. Everything you needed already existed within these old stone walls.
The fire continued its gentle conversation with the old stone hearth, each crackle blending softly with the steady rhythm of rain upon the windows. Time seemed to slow until it almost disappeared, leaving only warmth, quiet music, and the comforting feeling that the world outside could wait until morning. Steam curled lazily from your bowl as you finished the last few spoonfuls of soup. The rich flavors lingered pleasantly, filling you with a calm that reached far beyond simple hunger. Eleanor returned, carrying a small teapot crafted of pale blue ceramic, its surface painted with tiny white flowers that resembled the blossoms growing deep within whispering pines. She poured the tea without saying a word. The fragrant steam carried hints of chamomile, wild lavender, forest mint, and a delicate sweetness that reminded you of fresh spring honey. "This blend has been served here for generations," Eleanor said softly. "Most travelers remember the tea long after they've forgotten the miles that brought them here." You wrapped your hands around the warm cup. Outside, the rain continued to fall with patient consistency. Inside, every sound felt carefully chosen by the evening itself. A page quietly turned somewhere across the room. A log shifted gently within the fireplace. The wooden floor released the occasional peaceful creak as another traveler crossed toward the staircase. Nothing interrupted the silence. Everything belonged within it. The elderly gentleman reading beside the fire finally closed his enormous book and smiled politely as your eyes met. "It has been raining since before sunrise," he said. His voice was gentle, carrying the calm confidence of someone who had spent many peaceful evenings exactly like this one. "I had hoped to reach Silver Hollow before sunset." He glanced toward the rain-covered windows. "But sometimes the road chooses differently." He smiled again. "And I have learned not to argue with old roads." You nodded quietly. His words seemed perfectly suited to this place. No disappointment, no frustration, only quiet acceptance. He returned to his book, and the silence settled comfortably once more. Near the front windows, the harpist slowly finished a melody so soft that it seemed almost carried away by the rain itself. The flutist answered with a tune that rose and drifted through the common room like a gentle breeze moving through tall summer grass. You noticed that no applause followed. None was needed. The music belonged to the room itself. It was simply another part of the evening. Eleanor approached once more. "If you have the energy," she said with a warm smile, "there is one place every first-time guest enjoys seeing before resting." She picked up a small lantern from the counter. Its golden light glowed steadily without flame. Curiosity gently replaced your growing drowsiness. You followed her toward the rear of the common room, where a narrow wooden hallway stretched deeper into the inn. The hallway smelled faintly of cedarwood and beeswax polish. Old framed paintings lined the walls. Each showed the inn during different seasons. Spring blossoms surrounded it in one painting. Golden autumn leaves covered the porch in another. Winter snow buried nearly everything except the warm lanterns glowing beside the entrance. Though the years clearly changed, one thing never seemed different: the lanterns. Every painting showed them shining with the same quiet golden light. Eleanor noticed your interest. "My grandmother painted most of these," she smiled gently. "She always said the lanterns looked exactly the same every year." You paused before a particularly old painting.
The colors had faded with time, yet the warm glow of the lanterns somehow remained vivid. A family stood upon the porch. Children laughed under umbrellas. An old traveler removed his boots, while another warmed frozen hands beside the fire visible through the open doorway. The painting felt less like art and more like a memory preserved inside wood and canvas. "The inn remembers everyone who rests here," Eleanor said quietly. "Not with magic," she lightly touched the wooden frame, "but with kindness." The hallway opened into a circular room unlike anything you had expected. Shelves climbed from floor to ceiling. Hundreds, perhaps thousands of lanterns rested there. Some were tiny enough to fit within a single hand. Others were nearly as large as barrels. They came in every imaginable design: bronze, copper, carved oak, smooth glass, hand-painted ceramic, polished silver. Each one glowed with the same peaceful amber light. None contained oil, none held candles, yet every lantern quietly illuminated the room. You stood silently, absorbing the gentle beauty surrounding you. "They're beautiful," you whispered. Eleanor nodded. "Each traveler leaves one behind." You looked toward her in surprise. She smiled. "Not immediately, only when they feel ready." She slowly walked between the glowing shelves. Some return after a year, some after 10, some never return, but every lantern remains. She stopped before a very small lantern carved from pale birch wood. This belonged to a young carpenter. He arrived during the first snowfall many years ago. He stayed 3 nights, then continued his journey. He returned 23 years later with gray hair, slower steps, and stories enough for an entire winter. Her smile softened. He said the road had finally brought him home. The room felt wonderfully peaceful, not because of mystery, but because every lantern quietly suggested that somewhere countless travelers had once found warmth exactly where you now stood. No voices echoed, no dramatic secrets waited in hidden corners, only gentle memories and light, soft golden light. You slowly wandered through the shelves. One lantern carried tiny stars carved in its wooden frame. Another had tiny blue flowers painted across its glass. One appeared to have been shaped from smooth river stone. Every lantern felt personal, unique, loved. Rain tapped softly against the high round windows. Beyond the glass, the forest had disappeared into evening darkness. Only occasional flashes of fireflies drifted between the trees. They moved almost lazily, their tiny lights blending beautifully with the warm glow inside the lantern room. For a long moment, no one spoke. There was nothing that needed saying. Sometimes the quietest places tell their stories without words, and somehow this peaceful room.
The woven basket grew slowly heavier with fragrant chamomile blossoms, though there was never any feeling of work. Every flower was gathered with gentle care, leaving countless others behind to continue blooming beneath the morning sun. Mr. Rowan often reminded visitors that a peaceful garden should always look as though no one had passed through it. "The flowers are sharing their morning with us," he said softly. "We should leave enough for the butterflies, the bees, and tomorrow." You nodded, placing another blossom carefully into the basket. A cool breeze wandered through the herb beds, carrying the delicate scents of mint, rosemary, lavender, and thyme. Somewhere nearby, a wind chime hanging beneath an old apple tree sang a quiet melody as the breeze passed by. The sound was so soft it almost disappeared into the bird's song. Mr. Rowan paused beside a narrow stone path leading away from the garden. There is somewhere I'd like to show you. The path curved gently between ancient hedges covered with tiny white flowers. Moss softened every stone beneath your feet, and sunlight filtered through the leaves in shimmering patches of gold. As you walked, the inn slowly disappeared behind the trees. Soon the only sounds were rustling branches and the distant murmur of flowing water. After several peaceful minutes, the path opened into a small clearing. At its center stood an enormous oak tree, unlike any you had ever seen. Its trunk was so wide that it seemed almost impossible to imagine how many centuries it had been growing. Its branches stretched gracefully across the clearing, forming a living roof of green leaves that danced gently in the breeze. Around its base stood a circle of handcrafted wooden benches. No carvings, no decorations, only smooth wood polished by countless seasons. Mr. Rowan placed his basket upon one of the benches. "This is the listening tree." You looked upward. "It has a beautiful name." He smiled. "It earned it." You waited for him to continue. Instead, he simply sat down. Following his example, you took a seat beneath the great oak. For several moments, neither of you spoke. The silence never became uncomfortable. Quite the opposite. It seemed fuller than conversation. Gradually, small details began revealing themselves. Leaves gently brushing against one another high above. A squirrel hopping carefully across a distant branch. The soft hum of bees collecting nectar from nearby wildflowers. The quiet rhythm of the stream somewhere beyond the clearing. Far overhead, a hawk circled lazily through the bright blue sky. Everything existed together without competing for attention. Mr. Rowan finally spoke. Most people think listening means waiting for someone else to finish talking. He smiled toward the branches. But forests teach something different. They remind us that silence has its own voice. You remained seated, allowing the peaceful surroundings to settle naturally into your thoughts. Time seemed wonderfully unimportant here. After a while, two rabbits quietly emerged from the tall grass at the edge of the clearing. They paused only briefly before continuing across the sunlit meadow without the slightest concern for your presence. Moments later, several bluebirds landed upon the lower branches of the oak. One began singing. Another answered. Soon the clearing filled with gentle bird song that rose and fell like a calm morning hymn. Mr. Rowan closed his eyes. "I've heard this concert almost every morning for 30 years, and somehow it never sounds exactly the same." The breeze shifted once more. A few oak leaves drifted lazily downward, spinning through shafts of sunlight before coming to rest upon the moss. You reached down and picked up one of the leaves. Its edges had already begun turning the faintest shade of gold despite the warmth of the season. Nature always seemed to prepare quietly for what came next, never rushing, never resisting, simply changing one gentle day at a time. Mr. Rowan stood slowly. "We should return before Eleanor begins wondering whether the garden has adopted another traveler." You both laughed softly. Taking the longer path back, you crossed a small wooden bridge spanning the stream whose peaceful murmur had followed you all morning. Crystal clear water slipped around smooth stones covered in emerald moss. Tiny fish drifted effortlessly with the current, while dragonflies hovered just above the surface, their delicate wings sparkling in the sunlight. You paused at the center of the bridge.
Looking into the water, you could see clouds floating gently across the blue sky above, perfectly reflected upon the quiet surface. For a brief moment, it became difficult to tell where the sky ended and the stream began. Mr. Rowan rested one hand upon the weathered railing. "My wife loved this bridge," he smiled gently. "We used to bring our tea here every Sunday morning." There was sadness in his words, but it rested beside gratitude rather than sorrow. She believed beautiful places never truly disappear. They simply wait patiently inside our memories until we need them again. You remained quietly beside him. No reply seemed necessary. Sometimes listening was the greatest kindness. After another peaceful moment, you continued toward the inn. Its stone walls slowly appeared between the towering pines, their gray surfaces glowing warmly beneath the late morning sunshine. Smoke curled lazily from the chimneys. The flower boxes beneath every window overflowed with color. The orange cat stretched contentedly across the front porch, while the older gray cat watched butterflies dancing among the roses. From somewhere inside came the comforting aroma of fresh cinnamon bread. The last lantern inn looked exactly as it had the evening.
Morning did not arrive all at once. It unfolded quietly, almost shyly, as though the forest wished to let every traveler sleep for just a little longer. Long before the sun reached the treetops, the room was gently filled with a pale blue light filtering through the round window. The stars slowly faded one by one, while a delicate veil of morning mist settled between the towering pines. The fire in the stone hearth had burned low during the night, leaving behind glowing embers that still released a comforting warmth into the room. Somehow, just as Eleanor had promised, the room had never grown cold. You stretched slowly beneath the thick wool blankets, listening. Rain had stopped completely. In its place came the peaceful sounds of the waking forest. A robin sang somewhere beneath the window. Farther away, another answered. Tiny wings fluttered through damp branches as birds greeted the new morning with songs so gentle they seemed woven into the breeze itself. You remained where you were for another minute, simply listening. There was no rush. The last lantern inn seemed to exist beyond ordinary schedules. Morning arrived whenever someone was ready to welcome it. Eventually, you rose and walked toward the window. The forest looked entirely different beneath daylight. Everything the rain had touched now sparkled with countless tiny droplets. Sunlight slowly slipped between the enormous pine branches, creating long golden ribbons across the moss-covered ground. The lanterns lining the path had quietly dimmed. Though their warm glow had faded with the dawn, they still looked beautiful, hanging peacefully beneath ancient branches. The garden below had awakened as well. Butterflies drifted lazily between lavender bushes. Bees moved patiently from flower to flower. The two familiar cats wandered together along a narrow stone path, pausing now and then to inspect the dew-covered grass with great seriousness. You smiled. Even their morning routine appeared wonderfully peaceful. After washing with cool spring water waiting inside a polished ceramic basin, you dressed once more in your traveling clothes. Your cloak now smelled faintly of cedar and lavender from drying beside the fireplace overnight. Opening the bedroom door, you stepped quietly into the hallway. Warm morning light poured through small windows along the corridor. Some guest rooms remained peacefully closed. Others had already opened. One elderly traveler carefully watered small flowers growing in wooden boxes beneath the windows.
A young artist sat upon a bench sketching the forest visible through the glass. Neither spoke. Instead, each offered a warm smile as you passed. At the end of the hallway, the scent of fresh bread drifted upward once again. This morning, it was joined by the aroma of cinnamon apples, roasted oats, maple syrup, and freshly brewed tea. The entire inn seemed to smell like comfort. Descending the old staircase, you found the common room glowing with gentle morning sunlight. Without the darkness beyond the windows, everything appeared softer. The great fireplace still burned quietly, though only a few small logs remained. Fresh flowers now decorated every table. Windows stood slightly open, allowing cool forest air to wander peacefully through the room. Several travelers had already gathered for breakfast. Some read quietly, others simply watched the garden through the windows while sipping warm tea. Conversation remained soft enough that birdsong outside could still be heard. Eleanor welcomed you with the same gentle smile as the evening before. "I hope the pine room was kind to you." "It was," you replied. "I don't remember the last time I slept so peacefully." She nodded knowingly. The forest has that effect. She led you toward a table beside the largest window. Breakfast had already been prepared. Warm oatmeal topped with roasted pecans and wild berries, fresh bread still carrying the warmth of the oven, creamy butter, golden honey collected from nearby hives, slices of orchard apples sprinkled lightly with cinnamon. A small pot of herbal tea completed the meal. Nothing extravagant, everything carefully prepared. As you enjoyed breakfast, your attention wandered toward a large window overlooking the rear garden. An elderly man wearing a broad straw hat worked quietly among neat rows of herbs. He moved slowly, stopping often to admire tiny blossoms or gently brush leaves with his fingertips. Every movement reflected years of quiet patience. Eleanor noticed your curiosity. "That's Mr. Rowan. He has cared for our garden for nearly 30 years. He says plants grow best when someone speaks kindly to them." You watched as Mr. Rowan paused beside a rose bush. Though you couldn't hear his words through the glass, he appeared to whisper something before continuing along the path. A few nearby birds followed him without fear. It was as though the entire garden trusted him completely. After breakfast, Eleanor approached carrying a woven basket. "If you're interested, Mr. Rowan welcomes anyone who wishes to help gather herbs. There isn't much work, mostly walking and listening." The invitation sounded impossible to refuse. A few minutes later, you stepped outside into the cool morning air. The forest smelled wonderfully fresh after yesterday's rain. Tiny droplets still rested on every leaf. Sunlight shimmered across the grass like scattered crystals. Mr. Rowan looked up as you approached. His face carried countless gentle lines earned through many peaceful seasons. Without saying much, he handed you a small basket. "We're gathering chamomile today." His voice was quiet enough to blend naturally with the breeze. "The flowers like mornings." Together, you wandered slowly through the garden. There was no lesson, no instructions, beyond simple observation. Mr. Rowan occasionally pointed toward a blossom. "This one is ready. That one needs another day." He seemed to know every flower personally, every herb, every tiny path winding through the peaceful garden. A butterfly landed briefly on the edge of your basket before drifting away toward a patch of lavender glowing beneath the morning sun. Mr. Rowan smiled. "They always know where the sweetest flowers grow." You continued gathering herbs without hurry, accompanied only by bird song, soft wind moving through the pines, and the distant laughter of the little stream beyond the garden wall. The peaceful rhythm of the morning slowly settled into your heart, making it wonderfully difficult to
The comforting rhythm of the evening slowly became the only measure of time. The old clock on the wall continued its patient ticking, though no one seemed to pay it much attention. Inside the last lantern inn, time was never something to chase. It simply flowed as gently as the rain beyond the windows. You settled deeper into the armchair, allowing the warmth of the fireplace to reach your hands while watching the tiny streams of rain slide down the glass. Outside, the lanterns lining the forest path glowed like distant stars scattered among the trees. Each one seemed to promise the same quiet welcome. No matter how long the road had been, no matter how far someone had traveled, the inn would always leave a lantern burning. A few moments later, Eleanor approached, carrying a small wooden tray. Upon it rested 2 freshly baked honey cakes, still warm from the oven. She placed them gently on the table beside your chair. Our baker insists every guest ends the evening with something sweet. You smiled. I don't think I've met the baker. Eleanor laughed softly. Most guests don't. He prefers waking long before sunrise. He says bread enjoys quiet mornings. The answer somehow felt perfectly reasonable inside this peaceful place. You broke a small piece from one of the cakes. The outside carried a delicate crispness, while the inside remained wonderfully soft. Warm honey blended with cinnamon, roasted hazelnuts, and the faint floral taste of wild mountain herbs. The comforting flavors seemed to match the gentle firelight itself. Across the room, several travelers had quietly gathered around a large wooden table. No games were being played, no loud conversations filled the room. Instead, each person worked peacefully with their hands. One woman carefully knitted a thick blue scarf. An elderly carpenter slowly carved a tiny wooden bird. Another traveler repaired an old leather satchel using thick linen thread. Even their work carried an unhurried rhythm. Nobody appeared concerned with finishing. The joy seemed to exist entirely within the making. Curious, you wandered closer. The carpenter noticed your interest and smiled kindly. Would you care to try? He offered you a small block of cedar along with a simple carving knife. You accepted both with quiet gratitude. I've never carved anything before. He nodded. That's the best time to begin. There are no expectations, only gentle encouragement. You slowly turned the block of cedar in your hands. Its warm scent reminded you once again of the forest outside. Rather than trying to create anything complicated, you simply followed the natural shape already hidden within the wood. Tiny curls drifted quietly onto the table. Nobody hurried you. Nobody offered instructions. Only peaceful silence remained. After a few minutes, the rough shape of a small pine tree slowly appeared. Far from perfect, slightly uneven, yet somehow beautiful because it carried your own careful attention. The old carpenter examined it with warm approval. I believe every traveler leaves with something. Sometimes it's a memory, sometimes a friend, and sometimes, he gently pointed toward the little carving, something they made with quiet hands. You slipped the tiny cedar tree into your pocket. Perhaps it would remind you of this evening long after the journey continued. The musicians had now changed instruments. The harp rested quietly against its chair, while a gentle violin joined the wooden flute. Together, they played a melody that rose and fell like slow breathing. Outside, the rain softened even further. The steady drops became a light mist dancing around the lanterns. Through the window, you noticed the orange cat once again. It had climbed onto the porch railing where it calmly watched dozens of fireflies drifting through the garden. None seemed afraid of one another. The tiny lights floated between lavender bushes, roses and climbing ivy, transforming the garden into a peaceful sea of moving stars. Eleanor noticed where you were looking. The garden is especially beautiful after rain. It has a habit of helping people forget long journeys. She reached toward a nearby shelf and lifted an old leather journal. Its pages had yellowed gently with age. The corners had become soft from countless careful hands. She placed it before you. Every guest is welcome to write a few words before leaving. No names are required, no dates, only whatever feels worth remembering. You slowly opened the journal. Hundreds of entries filled its pages. Some were only a single sentence. The rain brought me exactly where I needed to be. Others stretched across several pages, describing peaceful evenings, unexpected friendships, quiet forests, and warm fires that had eased lonely hearts. One simple message caught your attention. I arrived carrying worries too heavy to count. I left carrying only my backpack. You smiled. Another read, kindness is quieter than I imagined. You continued turning the pages. Every story felt different, yet all seemed connected by the same peaceful thread. People arrived tired. People left lighter. Not because their lives had become perfect, but because they had remembered how comforting simple moments could be. Eleanor placed a fountain pen beside the journal. There is never any pressure. Some travelers write, some simply read. Both are equally welcome. You thought quietly for a few moments. Then, upon an empty page near the end of the book, you wrote only one sentence. I remembered what silence sounds like. The ink slowly dried beneath the warm firelight. Closing the journal, you felt no need to read the words again. They already belonged to the inn now. Outside, the rain had nearly stopped. Only occasional drops continued falling from the tall pine branches. The clouds slowly drifted apart, allowing pale moonlight to spill gently across the forest. For the first time that evening, the stars began to appear one by one above whispering pines. The lanterns remained glowing beneath them, golden lights below, silver lights above. The entire world seemed wrapped in quiet harmony. Eleanor looked toward the staircase. Whenever you're ready, your room has been prepared. There is no hurry. There never is. You stood slowly, taking one last peaceful look around the common room. The travelers continued their quiet conversations. The musicians smiled as another gentle melody filled the air. The carpenter carefully swept tiny cedar shavings into a small wooden box. The fire burned steadily. The old inn breathed with warmth. And somewhere upstairs, behind one of the softly glowing doors, a peaceful night's...
The staircase welcomed each careful step with the gentle creak of old oak that had carried generations of travelers toward peaceful nights. A warm amber glow from the lantern in Eleanor's hand painted soft circles of light across the polished wooden walls, revealing tiny carvings that had escaped your notice earlier. Little birds rested among carved pine branches. Sleeping foxes curled beneath ancient trees. Tiny stars shimmered above quiet cottages. Every detail seemed to celebrate the peaceful world beyond the inn's walls. The hallway upstairs stretched beneath a gently sloping ceiling, crossed by massive wooden beams darkened by time. The air carried the comforting scent of cedar, lavender, fresh linen, and the faint sweetness of beeswax candles. Instead of numbered doors, each room carried a small carved wooden sign. The fern room, the willow room, the sparrow room, the pine room, the moon room. Every name felt less like a room and more like an invitation.
Eleanor stopped before a weathered oak door with a small brass lantern hanging beside it. "The Pine Room," she said with a gentle smile. "It has always been one of the quietest." She opened the door slowly. The room welcomed you with peaceful simplicity. A stone fireplace glowed softly in one corner, its small fire already burning with slow, comforting warmth. Thick wool blankets covered a large wooden bed, crafted by hand many years ago. Their deep forest green color matched the towering pines outside. A round window overlooked whispering pines. Beyond the glass, countless lanterns shimmered among the trees, while moonlight slowly replaced the last traces of evening rain. Near the window stood a comfortable reading chair beside a tiny bookshelf. Only a handful of books rested there. Forest poems, The Gentle Gardener, Letters Never Sent, Quiet Places of the Northern Hills, The Last Lantern Cookbook. You smiled at the unexpected collection. On the bedside table rested a small clay vase holding fresh white flowers. Their delicate fragrance blended beautifully with the warm scent of burning oak. Beside the flowers sat another handwritten note. Its elegant script read, "May tonight offer the kind of rest that follows a peaceful journey. Nothing more, no rules, no instructions, only kindness." Eleanor placed the lantern on the bedside table. "If the fire grows low during the night, simply leave it. It knows what to do." She smiled before quietly adding, "Old fireplaces enjoy taking care of sleeping guests." You laughed softly. Again, the sentence felt entirely natural inside this inn. As she turned to leave, she paused at the doorway. "Breakfast begins whenever you wake. There are no fixed hours. The morning waits for everyone differently." With another warm smile, she gently closed the door. Silence returned almost immediately. Not empty silence, comforting silence, the kind that wraps around you like a favorite blanket. You slowly crossed the room. The wooden floor felt pleasantly warm beneath your boots. Setting your travel bag beside the bed, you walked toward the round window. Outside, the forest seemed transformed beneath the moonlight. The rain had washed every branch until it shimmered silver beneath the night sky. Tiny drops still clung to the pine needles, reflecting hundreds of little stars. Somewhere below, you heard the soft hoot of an owl. Farther away, a small stream continued its endless conversation with smooth river stones. The sounds blended perfectly together. Nothing demanded attention. Everything encouraged rest. You opened the window just enough to welcome the cool night air. Immediately, the peaceful scent of rain-soaked pine drifted gently into the room. Fresh earth, wet moss, wildflowers, the distant aroma of cedar carried upon the breeze. It was impossible to tell where the forest ended and the inn began. They belonged together. Just beyond the garden fence, dozens of fireflies floated lazily through the darkness. Their tiny lights rose and fell with such slow grace that they almost resembled glowing leaves carried by invisible currents of air. You watched them for several quiet minutes. One drifted close to the window. It hovered peacefully before continuing toward the old pine trees beyond. There was no hurry. Even the smallest creatures seemed to understand the gentle rhythm of this place. Turning back toward the room, your eyes settled upon the small bookshelf once more. Curiosity led you to select the oldest volume. Its leather cover had softened with age. Inside, the pages carried simple watercolor illustrations. No author was listed. No publication date appeared. Only gentle observations about life within whispering pines. One passage quietly caught your attention. It is often said that forests keep secrets. Perhaps they do, but the oldest forests seem far more interested in keeping peace. You read the sentence twice.
then closed the book. Some thoughts were best allowed to settle naturally without explanation. You placed the book exactly where you had found it. The fire crackled softly. Its warm light danced across the stone walls, filling every corner with quiet comfort. You removed your cloak, now completely dry, and hung it beside the fireplace. Nearby rested a pair of soft wool slippers. A small note beside them read, "For cold evenings." Again, nothing extravagant, only thoughtful kindness. Changing into the comfortable slippers, you noticed how wonderfully warm the wooden floor remained. The almost seemed designed to slow every movement, to encourage every guest to breathe just a little deeper, to let every busy thought quietly drift away. You settled into the reading chair beside the window, wrapping a thick blanket around your shoulders. Outside, the moon climbed higher above whispering pines. The mist had almost completely disappeared. The forest now stretched peacefully beneath a sky filled with countless stars. Somewhere in the distance, a single lantern moved slowly along the old forest road. Perhaps another traveler, perhaps someone returning home. Its gentle light disappeared briefly behind the trees before appearing once again farther along the path. You found yourself hoping they too would soon discover the welcoming warmth of the last lantern inn. The thought brought an unexpected smile. Without realizing it, the inn had already begun changing something within you. Not dramatically, not all at once, simply by reminding you that warmth, kindness, and quiet moments still existed in the world, patiently waiting whenever someone chose to slow down enough to notice them. The fire continued its gentle song. The wind whispered softly through the towering pines. Beyond the window, the stars watched over the peaceful forest while the last lanterns glowed faithfully.
By the time he stepped back through the front gate of the last lantern inn, the morning had quietly drifted toward midday. Sunlight filtered through the towering pines, casting long ribbons of gold across the stone pathway. Every leaf still carried tiny droplets from the previous night's rain, sparkling like little pieces of glass whenever the breeze gently stirred the branches. The orange cat lifted its head from the porch, stretched with impressive determination, and slowly wandered toward you as though greeting an old friend rather than a traveler who had arrived only yesterday evening. It circled your boots once before sitting patiently beside the front steps. Mr. Rowan smiled. He has a habit of deciding who belongs. And judging by his welcome, I believe you've been accepted. You laughed quietly. The cat blinked once, completely unconcerned with the compliment being given on its behalf. Inside the inn, the peaceful atmosphere remained unchanged. Warm sunlight now poured through the tall windows, replacing last night's firelit glow with a softer golden brightness. Fresh flowers had been arranged upon every table. Their colors reflected the surrounding forest. White daisies, pale blue cornflowers, golden buttercups, and tiny sprigs of lavender gathered from the garden. Several travelers had gathered near the large front windows where Eleanor carefully arranged freshly baked loaves on wooden shelves. The comforting aroma filled every corner of the room. Warm bread, roasted oats, wildflower honey, fresh herbs, apple preserves. The scent alone seemed capable of slowing even the busiest thoughts. Eleanor looked up and welcomed both of you with her familiar smile. I had a feeling Mr. Rowan would take the long path today. He always does whenever someone enjoys listening. Mr. Rowan chuckled softly. The forest was in no hurry, so neither were we. Eleanor nodded as though that explained everything. In this place, it truly did. She handed each of you a warm slice of cinnamon bread.
The crust carried a delicate crispness, while the center remained wonderfully soft. Tiny pieces of roasted apple rested inside, along with hints of nutmeg and maple. You stood near the open doorway, enjoying the simple meal while watching butterflies drift lazily through the garden outside. Not far away, a young girl sat beneath the old apple tree, sketching the flowers in a small notebook. Every few moments, she looked up at the blossoms before carefully adding another line to her drawing. An elderly couple quietly watered climbing roses together without exchanging many words. They seemed to understand one another through years of gentle routine. Near the garden gate, the gray cat watched two sparrows hop confidently across the stone path. Nobody hurried, nobody raised their voice. The inn seemed to exist within its own peaceful rhythm. After finishing the bread, Eleanor approached, carrying a small wicker basket. Inside rested several folded cloth napkins, a polished teapot, tiny porcelain cups, and a jar of fresh honey. "We're having tea by the lake today," she smiled. "If you'd like to join us." "The lake? Only a short walk. It has a habit of making afternoons disappear." Within a few minutes, a small group gathered outside the inn. Eleanor carried the basket. Mr. Rowan brought a blanket woven from thick forest green wool. The elderly gentleman from yesterday tucked another large book beneath his arm. The young artist carried her sketchbook. Even the orange cat decided to follow, walking several steps ahead as though leading the little procession. The forest path felt entirely different under bright sunshine. Yesterday it had welcomed you with rain and mist. Today it glowed with life. Sunbeams danced across fern-covered ground, wildflowers nodded gently in the breeze. Dragonflies shimmered above tiny pools left behind by the rain. The familiar lanterns hanging among the trees remained unlit now, their glass catching the sunlight instead. Their warm glow had given way to bright reflections of the blue sky. The path gradually narrowed until towering pines gave way to graceful silver birch trees. Their white trunks shimmered beautifully beneath the afternoon light. Leaves whispered softly overhead. The air grew cooler. Soon the gentle sound of water reached your ears, not the lively chatter of the stream you had crossed earlier. This sound was quieter, broader, almost perfectly still. The trees slowly opened. Before you stretched a peaceful lake, so calm that it reflected every cloud, every branch, and every passing bird with astonishing clarity. It looked less like water and more like polished glass. A small wooden dock extended into the lake. Several rowboats rested quietly beside it, their ropes tied loosely to weathered posts. White water lilies floated near the shoreline. Bright blue dragonflies hovered lazily above them. The group spread the blanket beneath a magnificent willow tree, whose long green branches brushed gently against the water's surface. Eleanor poured tea while everyone settled comfortably in the shade. No formal conversation began. Instead, each person quietly admired the lake. A pair of swans glided gracefully across the still water, leaving delicate ripples that slowly disappeared behind them. Far away, a fisherman sat alone in a tiny boat. He wasn't casting his line. He simply floated peacefully near the reeds, enjoying the afternoon. The elderly gentleman finally opened his book. Instead of reading aloud, he smiled and closed it again. "Today," he said quietly, "I think the lake is already telling the better story." No one disagreed. A cool breeze crossed the water, carrying the scent of fresh pine and wild mint.
Somewhere along the opposite shore, a wind bell chimed once before falling silent again. The willow branches swayed gently overhead. The orange cat curled into a warm patch of sunlight beside Eleanor. You leaned back against the ancient tree, watching soft white clouds drift across both the sky above and the perfect reflection below. For a long while, the only sounds were the quiet rustling leaves, distant birdsong, and the peaceful rhythm of water touching the old wooden dock. It was impossible to know exactly how much time passed, and
The afternoon drifted onward with the same gentle patience as the clouds above the lake. No one seemed eager to leave the shade of the great willow tree. The tea remained warm inside its polished pot, and every now and then Eleanor quietly refilled another cup before settling back to enjoy the peaceful view herself. The lake rested almost perfectly still. Only the occasional breeze painted delicate ripples across its surface before the water returned once more to its glass-like calm. You found yourself watching the reflections more than the sky itself. Clouds floated below your feet. The willow branches seemed to burrow downward into another peaceful world. Even the swans appeared to glide through two lakes at once. Mr. Rowan leaned back against the ancient trunk beside you. "When I was young," he said softly, "I believed places like this existed because someone had carefully built them." He smiled toward the quiet shoreline. "Now I think they've always been here. We simply forget to look for them." No one answered. His words needed no reply. The gentle silence that followed felt complete. After another cup of tea, Eleanor reached into the picnic basket and removed a small cloth bundle. Inside rested several tiny glass jars. Each contained something different: golden honey, blackberry preserves, wild strawberry jam, apple butter slowly cooked with cinnamon, fresh cream. Alongside them, she placed warm scones wrapped carefully in a linen towel to keep their warmth. The comforting aroma drifted through the afternoon air. The young artist spread a little honey across her scone before smiling. "I don't think food has ever tasted this peaceful." Eleanor laughed quietly. "I've always believed people season meals with their company. The ingredients simply help." The group enjoyed the simple picnic without hurry. A squirrel cautiously approached the edge of the blanket, pausing beneath a patch of clover. Rather than chasing it away, Eleanor broke a tiny piece from her own scone and placed it upon a nearby stone. The squirrel watched for several patient moments before scampering forward, collecting the crumb and disappearing happily beneath the willow roots. Even the orange cat merely watched with quiet curiosity. It seemed entirely content sharing the afternoon with every creature that wandered near. Far across the lake, a family of ducks emerged from the reeds. Several tiny ducklings followed closely behind their mother, each one creating the smallest ripple upon the still water. The little procession crossed slowly toward a patch of water lilies, where dragonflies hovered above pale blossoms, opening beneath the warm sunlight. The elderly gentleman finally spoke. "I've visited this lake every spring for nearly 40 years. He folded his hands comfortably in his lap. "And I've never seen the same afternoon twice. Every season brought new colors. Every breeze carried different scents. Every reflection belonged only to that single moment." The lake quietly reminded anyone willing to notice that beauty never needed to repeat itself. The afternoon slowly stretched toward evening. Sunlight softened.
Golden light settled gently upon the tops of the pine trees surrounding the lake. The willow branches now cast longer shadows across the water, where tiny fish occasionally disturbed the smooth surface with quiet circles that widened before disappearing completely. The young artist finished another page in her sketchbook. This time she turned it around so everyone could see. It wasn't an exact drawing of the lake. Instead, she had captured the feeling of the afternoon. The broad willow, the quiet blanket beneath it, the teapot, the swans, the drifting clouds, even the little orange cat sleeping peacefully in a patch of sunlight. Mr. Rowan studied the drawing for several moments before smiling warmly. "You didn't paint what we saw, you painted how it felt." The artist looked pleasantly surprised. "I think," she smiled shyly, "that's exactly what I hoped to do." Eleanor carefully folded the picnic blanket while everyone helped gather the empty cups and jars. Nothing had been left behind. The shoreline looked exactly as peaceful as when they had arrived. As the group began the gentle walk back toward the inn, you paused once more at the end of the wooden dock. The lake reflected the changing afternoon sky with perfect clarity. For one quiet moment, the entire world seemed balanced between water and sky. A gentle breeze crossed the surface, carrying the fresh scent of pine, wildflowers, and cool water. You closed your eyes. The breeze touched your face. Birdsong echoed softly from the forest. Somewhere nearby, the familiar wind bell chimed once again. The peaceful sounds blended together until they became almost like music. When you opened your eyes, the others had only walked a short distance ahead. No one had called for you. No one had hurried. They simply trusted that everyone returned in their own time. You smiled and followed the winding path through the birch trees. As the familiar forest welcomes you back beneath its towering branches, the golden afternoon light filtered gently through the leaves above. The familiar lanterns hanging beside the woodland path remained unlit, quietly waiting for evening to arrive once again. Soon they would glow. The fireplace would be lit. Fresh bread would come from the ovens. Travelers would gather around warm tables. Stories would be shared in gentle voices, and somewhere beyond the whispering pines, another weary soul might already be making their...
The return walk through whispering pines felt even quieter than before, as though the forest itself had settled into the gentle stillness of late afternoon. Golden sunlight streamed between the tall pines, creating long bands of warm light that stretched across the winding path. Every now and then, a cool breeze wandered through the branches, filling the air with the comforting scent of pine needles, damp moss, and wildflowers warmed by the afternoon sun. No one felt the need to speak. The peaceful hours beside the lake had filled everyone's thoughts with the kind of silence that needed no interruption. The orange cat walked several steps ahead, occasionally stopping to watch a butterfly drift across the path before continuing its slow journey back toward the inn. Not far ahead, the familiar stone walls of the Last Lantern Inn slowly appeared through the trees. Smoke curled lazily from the chimneys. The flower boxes beneath each window overflowed with blossoms, glowing softly beneath the afternoon light. It looked exactly as welcoming as it had the evening before. As the group stepped through the wooden gate, the rich aroma of baking drifted toward them. Fresh cinnamon, vanilla, warm butter, roasted apples. Something sweet was cooling somewhere inside the kitchen. Eleanor nodded knowingly. "It seems Thomas has been busy." "Thomas?" you asked. "Our baker. He prefers speaking through bread."
The answer made everyone laugh quietly. Inside the inn, the atmosphere had changed ever so slightly. Morning's gentle brightness had given way to the mellow warmth of afternoon. Golden sunlight poured through the western windows, filling the common room with a soft amber glow. The fireplace had been refreshed with a few new logs, their gentle crackling blending perfectly with the quiet conversations taking place around the room. Several new travelers had arrived during the afternoon. A middle-aged woman carefully folded a well-traveled map beside the fire. A father quietly read a picture book while his young son leaned comfortably against his shoulder. Near one window, an elderly violin maker polished the smooth wooden surface of a tiny instrument with remarkable patience. Each person seemed to naturally adopt the peaceful rhythm of the inn. Nobody hurried, nobody raised their voice. Even newcomers somehow understood. The Last Lantern Inn asked only one thing of its guests: slow down. Thomas finally appeared from the kitchen, carrying a large wooden tray. He was a cheerful man, with flour lightly dusted across his apron and sleeves. His silver beard curled into a warm smile. Without ceremony, he placed several fresh apple pastries upon the long table. Steam drifted upward in delicate curls. The buttery crust glowed golden beneath the afternoon light. Tiny crystals of sugar sparkled gently across the top. "Fresh from the oven," he announced softly. "I believe pastries should never wait longer than happiness." Several travelers smiled. No one rushed forward. Instead, everyone patiently served one another first. When your turn came, Thomas handed you the warmest pastry on the tray. "I had a feeling you'd enjoy this one." The first bite revealed layers of delicate pastry wrapped around tender apples, cinnamon, maple syrup, and toasted walnuts. It tasted wonderfully comforting, not overly sweet, simply warm, honest, made with care. Thomas poured fresh tea into waiting cups before returning quietly to his kitchen, humming a peaceful tune as he disappeared through the doorway. The afternoon unfolded gently. Some guests chose books from the shelves. Others sat beside the fireplace, knitting or writing letters. The young artist carefully painted the willow tree beside the lake from memory, while Mr. Rowan occasionally offered quiet suggestions about the colors of the forest. You wandered toward a large bay window overlooking the garden. The sunlight had begun changing. Long shadows stretched across the stone pathways. The lavender gently swayed beneath the afternoon breeze before bees made their final visits before evening. Near the herb beds, Eleanor knelt beside a patch of rosemary, carefully gathering only a few sprigs. She noticed you watching and smiled through the open window. "Tonight's soup." She lifted the fragrant herbs. A little rosemary always reminds people that home can be found in unexpected places. You stepped outside to join her. The garden had become wonderfully peaceful beneath the softer light. Tiny birds hopped between flower beds searching for seeds. Butterflies slowly disappeared into the taller grasses. Somewhere near the old apple tree, the familiar wind chime sang quietly once again. Eleanor carefully placed the rosemary into a small basket. "Would you like to help me collect vegetables?" You nodded. Together you wandered through the small kitchen garden behind the inn. Plump carrots rested beneath soft green leaves. Bright red tomatoes glowed warmly in the fading sunlight. Tender peas climbed wooden trellises. Golden squash rested comfortably beneath broad leaves. Everything had been planted with patience. Nothing appeared forced. Every row curved gently with the natural shape of the land. Eleanor picked only what was needed for the evening meal, no more. The garden teaches generosity, but it also teaches gratitude. She gently brushed loose soil from a freshly gathered carrot before placing it into the basket. We always leave enough for tomorrow. By the time the basket was full, the sun had begun slipping toward the distant hills beyond Whispering Pines. The forest slowly transformed once more. Golden light deepened into soft shades of amber. The lanterns hanging along the woodland path remained dark for only a few more moments. Then, one by one, without anyone touching them, they began glowing again. The first lantern illuminated the garden gate, then another beside the old oak, another near the stone bridge, another farther down the forest path. Soon, warm golden lights stretched quietly into the trees just as they had the evening before. You watched them with quiet wonder. Eleanor simply smiled. The forest always knows when evening has arrived. Together, you carried the basket back toward the warm kitchen, where the comforting sounds of gentle conversation, crackling firewood, and quietly clinking teacups
Evening settled over Whispering Pines with the same quiet grace that seemed to touch everything surrounding the last lantern inn. The last rays of sunlight slipped gently behind the distant hills, leaving the forest wrapped in soft shades of blue, amber, and silver. Inside the kitchen, warm light spilled from every window. Copper pots hung neatly above the large wooden work table, their polished surfaces reflecting the gentle glow of the lanterns. Fresh vegetables rested in woven baskets, exactly where you and Eleanor had placed them only moments before. Thomas stood beside a large cast-iron pot, humming softly while stirring the evening soup with a long wooden spoon. The rich aroma filled the room. Fresh rosemary, sweet onions, slow-roasted carrots, celery, wild mushrooms gathered that very morning, a hint of black pepper. Everything blended together into a fragrance that somehow felt like home. Thomas looked up with a cheerful smile. "Perfect timing. I was just about to bake tonight's rolls." He placed a large bowl of soft dough onto the work table. "If you don't mind getting a little flour on your hands." You gladly accepted. The dough felt wonderfully smooth beneath your fingers as Thomas showed you how to gently divide it into small, equal portions. "There isn't any secret," he said quietly, "just patience. If you rush bread," he smiled, "it remembers." You laughed softly. The idea seemed strangely believable inside this peaceful inn. One by one, the small rolls were carefully shaped and placed upon large baking trays lined with linen cloth. Thomas brushed each one with melted butter before sprinkling tiny flakes of sea salt and fragrant herbs across their tops. Soon the trays disappeared into the great stone oven. Almost immediately, the comforting scent of baking bread drifted through the kitchen. Eleanor entered carrying a basket filled with freshly washed herbs from the garden. She added chopped parsley and rosemary to the simmering soup before tasting it with a small wooden spoon. She closed her eyes for a moment, then nodded with quiet satisfaction. It only needed a little more rosemary. Thomas smiled without looking up. "It usually does." Outside the kitchen window, the first stars had begun appearing above the forest. Fireflies returned to the garden, drifting slowly between lavender bushes like tiny floating lanterns. Their soft lights danced quietly among the flowers. The orange cat sat upon the windowsill watching them with calm curiosity. Not far away, the gray cat had already claimed its usual place beside the porch steps. Everything seemed to follow a comforting evening routine.
As dinner time approached, travelers gradually gathered in the common room. The long oak table had been beautifully prepared. Simple white candles rested beside polished lanterns whose warm golden glow filled the room. Fresh flowers from the garden decorated the center of the table. Small bowls of butter, jars of honey, clay pitchers filled with cool spring water. Nothing extravagant, everything welcoming. No one waited to be assigned a seat. People simply settled wherever space naturally opened beside another traveler. Conversation remained gentle, soft enough that the crackling fireplace could still be heard. Thomas carried out the first basket of warm bread. Steam curled upward from each freshly baked roll. The golden crust reflected the lantern light, while a rich aroma filled the room. Several travelers quietly closed their eyes for a brief moment, simply to enjoy the smell before taking their first bite. Soon, Eleanor followed with the large pot of soup. She carefully filled every bowl before serving herself last. No one began eating until every traveler had been served. It happened naturally, without discussion, without rules, simply kindness. The soup tasted even better than it had smelled. The vegetables were wonderfully tender. Fresh herbs added gentle warmth without overpowering the natural flavors. Each spoonful carried the comfort of slow cooking and careful hands. Outside, the forest slowly disappeared beneath the peaceful darkness of another evening. The lanterns lining the woodland path glowed steadily beneath towering pines. Their reflections shimmered softly in rain-filled puddles left from the previous day. Halfway through the meal, the elderly violin maker quietly stood from his chair. Without saying a word, he opened the worn wooden case resting beside him. Inside lay a beautifully handcrafted violin, whose polished wood glowed warmly beneath the lantern light. He lifted it gently beneath his chin. The first note floated through the room like a gentle breath. Soon another followed, then another. The melody unfolded slowly, warm, peaceful, comforting. No applause interrupted the music. No performance was expected. It simply became another part of the evening. The fire answered with its steady crackle. The wind whispered softly beyond the windows. Occasionally, the old inn settled with tiny wooden creaks that blended perfectly into the melody. After dinner, empty bowls disappeared quietly into the kitchen, while fresh tea replaced them upon the table. Nobody seemed eager to leave. The evening itself felt like a destination. The young artist finished a watercolor painting of the lake. Mr. Rowan carefully pressed fresh chamomile flowers between the pages of an old notebook. Thomas sliced warm apple cake into generous pieces, insisting everyone accept another serving. Eleanor simply sat beside the fireplace with her teacup, smiling as she watched the peaceful room around her. For a long while, nothing remarkable happened, and somehow it became one of the most memorable evenings you could ever remember. Sometimes the greatest comfort was not found in extraordinary adventures. Sometimes it lived quietly within warm bread, kind strangers.
The evening slowly deepened, and with it came a peaceful hush that settled over the last lantern inn like a warm wool blanket. Outside, the lanterns glowed steadily beneath the ancient pines, their soft amber light reflecting across rain-washed stones and damp patches of moss. Fireflies drifted lazily through the garden, rising and falling among the lavender as though they too had found a comfortable place to spend the night. Inside, the violin's final note lingered gently in the air before fading into the quiet crackling of the fireplace. For several heartbeats, no one spoke. The silence wasn't empty, it felt complete.
Thomas quietly gathered the empty teacups while humming the same peaceful tune he always seemed to carry with him. Eleanor folded a linen cloth over the remaining loaf of bread, making certain there would still be fresh slices waiting for anyone who became hungry later in the evening. The elderly gentleman closed his leather-bound book once again. "I believe," he said with a gentle smile, "every inn has its own heartbeat." He looked around the common room, but very few people ever stop long enough to hear it. Mr. Rowan nodded in agreement. The heartbeat isn't the fireplace. It isn't the music. It isn't even the bread. He looked towards Eleanor and Thomas. It's the kindness. Nobody answered. They simply smiled, because everyone already knew he was right. The young artist carefully closed her sketchbook before walking toward one of the tall windows overlooking the garden. Moonlight had begun to replace the last traces of twilight. The flowers seemed almost silver beneath its gentle glow. Every petal shimmered with tiny droplets left behind by yesterday's rain. "I've painted mountains," she said quietly. "I've painted castles. I've painted cities." She rested one hand against the cool glass. "But I've never painted a place that felt peaceful enough to stay inside forever." Eleanor joined her by the window. "Perhaps that's because places aren't what we remember. We remember how they made us feel." The young artist smiled softly. "I think I'll remember this place for a very long time."
The tiny golden light moved slowly between the ancient pines, never wavering despite the cool evening breeze. It appeared for a moment, disappeared behind a broad tree trunk, then emerged again farther along the winding path. Whoever carried the lantern walked at an unhurried pace, as though they had all the time in the world. Eleanor remained beside you on the porch, her hands wrapped gently around the warm mug of herbal tea. "The road always seems quieter just before someone arrives," she said softly. You listened. She was right. Even the forest itself seemed to pause. The wind settled into the highest branches. The stream beyond the bridge continued its gentle murmur, but more softly than before. It was as though whispering pines wished to welcome the traveler in silence. Several minutes passed before the figure finally reached the edge of the garden. An elderly woman stepped into the lantern light. Her silver cloak glistened with tiny drops of evening mist, while a well-worn leather satchel rested comfortably over one shoulder. She carried no sign of exhaustion. Instead, her face held the peaceful expression of someone who had walked many roads and had learned to enjoy every step. Before she could knock, Eleanor opened the door wide. "Welcome home." The woman smiled warmly. "I thought I'd arrive before the moon reached the tallest pine. You were exactly on time." No further explanation seemed necessary. Thomas appeared from the kitchen carrying a folded towel. Mr. Rowan quietly brought another chair closer to the fire. Someone else placed another teacup upon the table. No one had been asked. Everyone simply knew what to do. The traveler removed her damp cloak and thanked each person with gentle kindness. Her name, you soon learned, was Margaret. She had visited the inn many years before, perhaps 20 years, perhaps more. Even she seemed uncertain. "I stopped counting seasons a long time ago," she said with a quiet laugh. "The trees remember better than I do." Eleanor poured her a cup of warm tea. "Have the roads been kind?" Margaret nodded thoughtfully. "They've been exactly what I needed."
She settled into the chair nearest the fireplace, closing her eyes for a brief moment as the warmth reached her hands. I've crossed quiet valleys, little villages, old bridges, and fields full of wildflowers. She smiled toward the dancing firelight. But nowhere welcomes an evening quite like this place. The travelers gathered naturally around the hearth. Nobody expected grand adventures or unbelievable stories. Instead, Margaret spoke of simple moments. A baker who shared fresh bread before sunrise. A shepherd who spent an afternoon rescuing a tiny bird caught beneath a hedge. A child who planted oak acorns along an empty road because she hoped future travelers would someday enjoy the shade. Each memory carried gentle kindness rather than excitement. Each story unfolded slowly, leaving generous spaces between the words. The room grew even quieter as everyone listened. Outside, the moon climbed higher above the forest. Its silver light rested softly upon the garden, where roses and lavender glowed beneath the peaceful night. Fireflies continued drifting among the flowers. The orange cat wandered onto Margaret's lap without hesitation. She stroked its soft fur absent-mindedly while continuing another story. I once stayed in a village where every evening the neighbors gathered simply to watch the sunset together. She smiled. They rarely spoke. They simply shared the sky. Mr. Rowan nodded. Some of life's greatest conversations happen without words. Margaret laughed gently. I've discovered that many times. Thomas soon returned carrying a fresh kettle of tea, along with warm oatmeal cookies, whose comforting aroma filled the room. Each cookie carried raisins, toasted oats, cinnamon, and a touch of maple. The sweet smell blended beautifully with the fragrance of burning oak logs. Nobody reached immediately. The plate rested in the center of the table until everyone had been offered one. Again, kindness arrived before appetite. The grandfather clock quietly marked another passing hour. Still, no one seemed eager to retire. The fireplace continued its peaceful song. The violin maker carefully tuned a single string before playing another slow melody that floated gently through the common room. Margaret closed her eyes while listening. I remember this song. The violin maker smiled. My father taught it to me. My grandfather taught it to him. It seems some melodies enjoy staying exactly where they belong. Outside the large front windows, a light mist slowly returned to whispering pines. It drifted silently between the lanterns, softening their golden glow, until every light appeared surrounded by a delicate halo. The forest looked wonderfully dreamlike, almost painted. You found yourself wondering how many evenings the inn had quietly witnessed, how many travelers had sat beside this same fireplace, how many peaceful conversations had unfolded beneath these old wooden beams. Hundreds, perhaps thousands, yet tonight felt entirely its own, unique, gentle, unrepeatable. Margaret slowly reached into her weathered satchel and removed something wrapped carefully inside a faded linen cloth. She unfolded it with great care. Inside rested a tiny wooden lantern, no larger than the palm of her hand. Its smooth oak surface had darkened beautifully with age. Tiny stars had been carved around its base. The brass handle shone softly in the firelight. Eleanor smiled the moment she saw it. You brought it back. Margaret nodded. I promised I would. She held the little lantern for another quiet moment before placing it gently upon the mantel above the fireplace. Its warm amber glow slowly awakened, joining the peaceful light already filling the room. No candles, No flame, only a calm golden radiance. The room remained silent, not because anyone expected magic, but because everyone understood the quiet meaning of returning something precious to a place that had never forgotten it. Outside, the mist drifted gently beneath the ancient pines, while the lanterns continued shining into the peaceful night.
Morning arrived wrapped in a blanket of silver mist. Long before the first rays of sunlight reached the rooftops of the last Lantern Inn, the forest had already begun its quiet awakening. Tiny droplets clung to every pine needle, every blade of grass, and every rose petal in the garden. The world seemed to sparkle beneath the pale light of dawn. From somewhere high among the trees came the gentle call of a robin. Another answered farther away. Soon dozens of birds joined together, not loudly, but softly enough that their songs blended naturally with the whispering wind. The old inn slowly awakened. A single lantern near the kitchen door faded as morning light grew brighter. Smoke rose peacefully from the stone chimney. Somewhere inside, Thomas had already begun baking. The comforting scent of warm bread drifted through the cool morning air long before anyone appeared downstairs. You opened the round window of the pine room. Fresh forest air immediately filled the room. It carried the fragrance of wet cedar, wild mint, damp moss, and flowering lavender from the garden below. The mist rolled gently between the towering pines, making the lanterns along the woodland path appear as tiny floating stars. Although daylight had arrived, several lanterns still glowed softly. Their light slowly faded as the sun climbed higher. Below, Mr. Rowan was already walking through the garden carrying a small watering can. He paused beside every flower bed, greeting each blossom with the same quiet smile. The orange cat followed him faithfully behind him, while the older gray cat stretched lazily upon the warm stone wall surrounding the herb garden. Nothing in the morning seemed rushed. Everything unfolded exactly when it wished. After dressing, you stepped quietly into the hallway. Margaret's room stood slightly open. Passing by, you noticed her carefully folding a faded map on the small writing desk. She looked up and smiled warmly. "I always pack slowly. That way I remember where I've been." You smiled. "I've always packed quickly." She laughed softly. "Perhaps today is a good day to try something different." Together you descended the old staircase. The common room glowed with peaceful morning light streaming through the tall windows. Fresh flowers decorated every table. A kettle of tea rested beside the fireplace. Although the fire had burned low during the night, its remaining warmth still filled the room with gentle comfort. Thomas emerged from the kitchen carrying a basket overflowing with fresh bread, golden rolls, honey biscuits, soft oat loaves, tiny cinnamon buns. Steam rose from every piece. "Good morning," he greeted cheerfully. "I hope everyone brought an appetite." Breakfast gathered itself naturally. No bell announced it, no schedule demanded it. Travelers simply appeared one by one as they awoke. Soon everyone sat together once again. Fresh berry preserves were passed around the table. Wildflower honey shimmered in small glass jars. Warm porridge topped with roasted pecans filled sturdy clay bowls. Fresh cream rested beside sliced orchard peaches. Everything tasted wonderfully simple, wonderfully honest. As breakfast continued, Eleanor unfolded a small handwritten note she had discovered beside the front door. "It seems," she smiled, "today is market day in Firm Hollow." Several travelers looked up with quiet interest. Mr. Rowan nodded. "Ah,
The little village beyond the eastern meadow, it only opens once each week." Margaret smiled knowingly. "I remember that market. The flower seller there always remembers everyone's favorite colors." Thomas chuckled. "And the cheesemaker insists everyone sample something before buying." The young artist looked toward Eleanor. "Are we going?" "If anyone would like to. There is no obligation. It is simply a pleasant walk." The invitation was accepted almost immediately. After breakfast, everyone prepared slowly. Light walking cloaks were gathered, empty baskets appeared for whatever treasures might be found. The orange cat watched the preparations from its favorite chair before deciding quite confidently that it would accompany the journey once again. Not long afterward, the little group stepped beyond the garden gate. Morning sunlight now filtered gently through the towering forest. Mist slowly lifted from the woodland floor, revealing carpets of emerald moss glowing beneath the golden light. The familiar lanterns lining the path had finally gone dark, resting quietly until evening returned. Birdsong surrounded every step. Woodpeckers tapped softly somewhere among distant branches. Tiny finches darted playfully between ferns. A pair of deer stood quietly beside the edge of the forest, watching the travelers pass before disappearing gracefully into the trees. The path gradually widened as whispering pines gave way to open meadows filled with countless wildflowers. Blue cornflowers, golden buttercups, white daisies, purple foxgloves swaying gently in the breeze. Butterflies floated above the blossoms like drifting petals. Ahead, a narrow stone bridge crossed a peaceful stream whose crystal-clear water reflected the bright morning sky. Mr. Rowan paused halfway across. He rested both hands on the weathered wooden railing. "Whenever I cross this bridge," he said quietly, "I make myself notice one beautiful thing I nearly missed." Everyone stopped. For a few silent moments, each traveler simply looked around. The young artist noticed a spiderweb sparkling with hundreds of tiny dewdrops. Thomas smiled at a family of ducks gliding peacefully beneath the bridge. Margaret admired wild roses climbing along the old stone wall. You noticed something smaller, a single white feather floating gently downstream, turning slowly with the current before disappearing beneath the bridge. It was a tiny moment, one that might easily have gone unnoticed, yet somehow it felt worth remembering. Mr. Rowan smiled. "The world offers quiet gifts every day. We only have to slow down enough to receive them." With that, the peaceful journey toward Fern Hollow continued beneath the warm morning sun, while far behind them, the last Lantern Inn remained nestled among the whispering pines, its windows glowing softly as though patient.
The path beyond the old stone bridge curved gently through rolling meadows where wildflowers stretched toward the morning sun. Every breeze carried a new fragrance: fresh clover, blooming lavender, sweetgrass, and the faint scent of pine drifting from whispering pines behind you. The group walked without hurry. There was no destination important enough to rush toward. The journey itself seemed to be the purpose. The orange cat wandered several steps ahead, stopping every now and then to inspect a butterfly or quietly watch a grasshopper leap through the tall grass. Thomas carried an empty wicker basket over one shoulder. "I never arrive at Fern Hollow with an empty basket," he said cheerfully. "And somehow, I've never returned with one either." Margaret smiled. "Do the baker there make hazelnut biscuits?" Thomas nodded. "The very same recipe. They're worth every step." Laughter drifted softly through the group before fading once more into the peaceful sounds of nature.
Ahead, the meadow slowly narrowed as an avenue of ancient oak trees welcomed the travelers. Their enormous branches stretched across the path, creating a cool tunnel of dappled sunlight. Tiny birds fluttered between the branches overhead, while squirrels darted effortlessly along the rough bark. One enormous oak carried dozens of tiny wooden wind spinners hanging from its lower limbs. Each spinner had been carefully carved into different forest animals: foxes, owls, rabbits, hedgehogs. Whenever the breeze wandered through the branches, they turned slowly, catching the sunlight like little pieces of moving art. The young artist stopped to admire them. "They're beautiful." Mr. Rowan smiled. "A local carpenter makes one every spring. He says trees enjoy decorations too." No one questioned the idea. It somehow felt perfectly reasonable. The peaceful walk continued. Soon the distant sounds of laughter reached your ears. Not loud, gentle, warm. It mingled with the occasional bark of a friendly dog and the soft ringing of a small bell somewhere beyond the trees. Margaret looked ahead. "We're close." The oak trees gradually opened onto a broad village green. Fern Hollow rested quietly beneath the clear blue sky. Small stone cottages lined winding cobblestone streets. Every window overflowed with flower boxes bursting with colorful blossoms. Climbing roses embraced old brick walls. Tiny gardens surrounded nearly every home. A narrow stream flowed gently through the center of the village, crossed by several charming stone footbridges. At the heart of the village stood the weekly market. It wasn't large, perhaps 20 little wooden stalls arranged in a wide circle around an ancient fountain. Yet every corner seemed filled with warmth. Children chased one another around the fountain, laughing softly. Neighbors greeted each other with warm smiles rather than hurried waves. Musicians beneath a broad maple tree played quiet melodies on a fiddle and wooden flute. Fresh bread cooled upon linen-covered tables. Baskets overflowed with apples, pears, blackberries, herbs, handmade candles, woven blankets, carved toys, watercolor paintings, and jars of golden honey. Nothing appeared rushed. Nobody called out loudly to attract customers. People simply wandered, smiled, talked, enjoyed the morning together. As your group entered the square, several villagers greeted Eleanor and Thomas as old friends. "Good morning, Eleanor." "Thomas, you've brought visitors today." Thomas laughed. "The forest always sends interesting company." The baker's stall stood near the fountain. Warm loaves rested upon polished wooden shelves, while the familiar aroma of fresh bread drifted across the square. An elderly woman wearing a flour-covered apron greeted Thomas with open arms. "I saved the hazelnut biscuits. I knew you'd arrive." Thomas placed one hand dramatically upon his heart. "I've never felt so understood." Everyone laughed. Nearby, the cheesemaker invited visitors to sample tiny slices arranged neatly upon smooth slate boards. Creamy herb cheese, aged mountain cheddar, soft goat cheese wrapped in fragrant leaves. "No decisions should be made on an empty stomach," he said kindly. Eleanor accepted a tiny sample before thanking him warmly. At another stall, dozens of hand-poured beeswax candles stood arranged by color. Some carried the scent of pine forests, others smelled of honey, lavender, cedar, apple blossoms, vanilla, rosemary, or wild mint. Their warm fragrance blended beautifully with the fresh morning air. The young artist wandered toward a painter displaying gentle landscapes of forests, lakes, and quiet cottages. Each painting seemed less interested in perfect detail than peaceful feeling.
Margaret paused beside an elderly woman selling embroidered bookmarks stitched with tiny flowers and woodland animals. "I bought one here years ago," she said. The woman looked closely at Margaret before smiling with delighted recognition. "You chose the little fox." Margaret laughed in surprise. "You remember?" "I remember everyone who loved the fox." The answer somehow felt exactly right. You continued wandering slowly through the market. Near the fountain, a small bookbinder carefully repaired worn storybooks brought by the villagers. Beside him, a potter shaped soft clay upon a spinning wheel, while children watched with quiet fascination. At the far end of the square, an old man built tiny birdhouses from reclaimed cedar wood. Each roof carried a different carved pattern: stars, leaves, acorns, clouds. He handed one finished birdhouse to a little girl who hugged it as though it were the greatest treasure in the world. No money changed hands, only smiles. The village seemed to understand something wonderfully simple. Not everything valuable needed to be measured. After some time, Eleanor gathered everyone near the old stone fountain. The water sparkled beneath the morning sun as it flowed gently into a wide circular basin where colorful koi fish swam lazily beneath floating lily pads. Eleanor smiled at the group. "There is one more place I'd love to show you. It isn't part of the market. It's older than the village itself." Mr. Rowan's eyes brightened. "The Hill of Quiet Wishes." Eleanor nodded. "I thought today would be the perfect day." Together, the little group left the cheerful market behind, following a narrow cobblestone path that climbed gently toward a green hillside overlooking Fern Hollow, while the peaceful sounds of music, laughter, and birds.
The narrow cobblestone path slowly climbed away from the cheerful sounds of Fern Hollow. Behind you, the gentle melodies of the village musicians became softer with each step, until they blended completely with the whispering breeze moving through the hillside grasses. The climb was easy, gentle, unhurried. Wildflowers lined both sides of the winding trail. Bluebells nodded quietly beneath the afternoon sun. Golden buttercups shimmered among tall green grasses. Tiny white daisies seemed to follow the breeze like little waves upon a peaceful sea. No fences interrupted the landscape. No signs pointed the way. The path itself seemed to know exactly where it wished to lead. Mr. Rowan walked beside you, his hands resting comfortably behind his back. "I first climbed this hill almost 35 years ago." He smiled toward the distant horizon. "I remember thinking it looked much taller." Margaret laughed softly. "That's because you were shorter." Everyone smiled. Thomas pretended to sigh dramatically. "Age has many surprises. One of them is discovering that hills become smaller while baskets become heavier." The wicker basket over his shoulder now held fresh bread, hazelnut biscuits, jars of honey, and several small bundles of herbs collected from the market. Despite his playful complaint, he carried it happily. At the top of the hill, the path widened into a broad meadow surrounded by ancient oak and silver birch trees. The wind became wonderfully gentle here. It carried the warm scent of wild thyme, growing between smooth gray stones scattered across the hillside. At the very center of the meadow stood a magnificent old tree. Unlike the towering pines surrounding whispering pines, this tree spread its branches outward in all directions, creating an enormous circle of cool shade beneath its leaves. Its trunk was wide enough that several people together could barely reach around it.
Its bark carried countless gentle folds, shaped by centuries of quiet seasons. Around the great tree rested smooth wooden benches arranged in a peaceful circle. Several villagers already sat beneath its branches. Some read books, others quietly embroidered colorful cloth. An elderly couple simply watched the clouds drift overhead without speaking. No one appeared surprised by new visitors. Instead, warm smiles welcomed everyone naturally. Eleanor lowered her voice almost instinctively. This is the hill of quiet wishes. There are no ceremonies here, no speeches. People simply come whenever they need a little stillness. You looked around the peaceful meadow. It was easy to understand why. The view stretched for miles. Below, Fern Hollow rested peacefully among gardens and winding streams. Beyond the village rose the familiar forests of whispering pines, their dark green canopy reaching toward distant blue hills, softened by afternoon light. Tiny white clouds drifted lazily across the sky. Everything seemed wonderfully calm. The orange cat immediately chose a sunny patch of grass before curling into a comfortable ball. The gray cat found a place beneath one of the benches where cool shade protected it from the afternoon warmth. Thomas carefully unpacked the basket. Fresh biscuits, apple slices, small wedges of cheese, wildflower honey. Everything was shared quietly among whoever happened to be nearby. No invitations were needed. A little girl from the village approached shyly, carrying a handful of tiny paper windmills. She offered one to everyone. Each windmill was painted by hand. Some carried stars, others tiny flowers. A few displayed little birds soaring across blue skies. When she reached you, she smiled brightly. "I made this one this morning." The paper windmill you received carried small golden lanterns painted around its edges. As the breeze turned it gently, the tiny lanterns seemed almost to dance. "Thank you," you said. She nodded happily before skipping away toward her grandfather sitting beneath the great tree. Nearby, an elderly woman quietly watered several young saplings planted around the edge of the meadow. Mr. Rowan watched her fondly. Every spring, someone plants another tree. No one remembers exactly when the tradition began. Eleanor added softly, "We plant them for people we'll never meet." The sentence lingered gently in your thoughts. Perhaps that was what kindness truly meant, doing something beautiful for someone whose name you would never know. A soft breeze wandered across the hill. The paper windmills spun together. Tiny wooden chimes hanging from several low branches answered with delicate music. Somewhere overhead, swallows circled effortlessly through the warm afternoon sky. You settled upon one of the smooth benches beneath the ancient tree. Its broad branches filtered the sunlight into soft patches that drifted lazily across the grass. Closing your eyes for just a moment, you listened. Children laughing faintly below in Fern Hollow, leaves rustling overhead, birds singing somewhere beyond the meadow, the quiet hum of bees visiting nearby wildflowers, the quiet turning of paper windmills in the breeze. Every sound belonged exactly where it was. After several quiet minutes, Margaret reached into her satchel and removed a small leather notebook. Its pages were worn from many journeys. She carefully wrote a single sentence before closing it once again. You smiled. "Do you keep a journal?" She nodded. "But only one sentence each day." "Just one?" She smiled. If I cannot describe the day with one peaceful sentence, then perhaps I haven't truly noticed it. You looked toward the peaceful valley below. What will today's sentence be? Margaret thought quietly for a moment. Then she answered, I climbed a hill where strangers shared bread like old friends. No one spoke afterwards. There was nothing left to add. The afternoon breeze carried her words gently across the hillside, while the ancient tree continued standing exactly as it had for generations, patiently offering shade, silence, and quiet comfort to
The afternoon slowly leaned toward evening, though no one beneath the great tree seemed aware of time passing. Sunlight drifted across the meadow in long golden ribbons, warming the wildflowers and filling the valley below with a peaceful glow. A gentle breeze continued turning the little paper windmills scattered throughout the grass. Each one spun at its own quiet pace. No two moved exactly alike, yet together they created a soft whisper that blended perfectly with the rustling leaves overhead. The little girl who had given everyone the painted windmills now sat beside her grandfather, carefully weaving tiny daisy flowers into a delicate crown. Every few moments she looked up toward the enormous tree, smiling as though it were an old friend. Mr. Rowan noticed your curiosity. Many children grow up believing this tree listens. You looked toward the wide branches stretching across the sky. Does it? He smiled. I think the tree simply reminds us to listen to ourselves. The answer felt wonderfully fitting. Nearby, Thomas had somehow convinced several children to help him unpack the last of the market treats. A small cloth was spread across the grass. Fresh strawberries, hazelnut biscuits, slices of pear, tiny wedges of mountain cheese. Everything was shared freely. Whenever someone reached for the last biscuit, another appeared from Thomas's remarkably generous basket. Margaret laughed. I've traveled with you enough times to know that basket is much larger on the inside. Thomas grinned. Years of practice, and perhaps just a little optimism. Everyone laughed softly. The peaceful sound drifted across the hill before dissolving into the afternoon breeze. After the small picnic, Eleanor wandered toward the far side of the meadow, where a narrow walking trail curved gently through a grove of silver birch trees. She looked back toward you. Would you like to see something very few travelers notice? You followed her beneath the graceful white trunks. The birch grove felt wonderfully cool after the warm sunlight of the open meadow. Their leaves shimmered gently whenever the breeze passed through, creating a soft silver-green dance high above. The narrow trail soon ended beside a small wooden bench overlooking the valley. It faced west, toward the slowly descending sun. No sign marked the place, no fence surrounded it, only a simple bench built from weathered oak. Eleanor brushed a few fallen leaves from the seat before sitting quietly. My father built this bench, she smiled gently. He believed every village should have at least one place where nothing was expected of anyone. You sat beside her. The view stretched endlessly before you. Fern Hollow rested peacefully below, its little cottages glowing warmly beneath the afternoon light. Beyond the village, winding streams reflected the sky like ribbons of silver. Farther away, whispering pines spread across the hills in deep shades of emerald and blue. The last lantern inn could just barely be seen among the trees. Its stone chimney released a thin ribbon of smoke that drifted lazily upward into the calm sky.
"It looks so small from here," you whispered. Eleanor nodded. "It always reminds me that home isn't measured by size, it's measured by how people feel when they arrive." For a while, neither of you spoke. The silence felt wonderfully complete. A family of swallows glided effortlessly across the valley below, chasing invisible currents of warm air. Somewhere nearby, a tiny brook murmured over smooth stones hidden beneath tall grasses. The entire hillside seemed wrapped in gentle stillness. After several peaceful minutes, Eleanor reached beneath the bench. Carefully hidden there was a small wooden box protected from the weather. She opened it slowly. Inside rested dozens of folded pieces of paper. Some were new, others had faded softly with age. You looked at her curiously. "Visitors leave little notes here," she smiled. "Not wishes, not secrets, simply one thing they're grateful for." She picked up a folded paper that had yellowed around the edges. The handwriting was careful, but slightly faded. It read, "I'm thankful I finally learned that resting is not the same as wasting time." She smiled before placing it back. Another note read, "I'm grateful for rainy mornings, warm bread, and kind strangers." Another simply said, "Today I laughed again." No names appeared, no dates, only quiet gratitude. Eleanor handed you a blank piece of paper, along with a small pencil. There is never any pressure, but many travelers enjoy leaving one behind. You looked out across the peaceful valley once more. The golden afternoon had begun softening into the gentle colors of early evening. Birdsong drifted through the birch leaves. The distant bells of Fern Hollow chimed quietly somewhere below. After thinking for several moments, you slowly wrote a single sentence. "I'm grateful that peaceful places still exist." Folding the paper carefully, you placed it inside the wooden box. Eleanor closed the lid with a gentle smile. Someone may read that years from now, and perhaps they'll smile for reasons they'll never fully understand. Together, you returned through the birch grove toward the great tree. The little gathering had begun preparing for the walk home. Blankets were folded, empty cups packed away. Children chased one another one last time across the meadow before happily joining their families. The paper windmills continued spinning gently in the evening breeze, catching the warm golden light of the lowering sun. As everyone gathered near the old tree, Mr. Rowan looked toward the western sky. It will be a beautiful sunset. Thomas adjusted the basket over his shoulder. "Then we'd better start walking. I know a little bend in the forest path where the sky always puts on its finest colors." With quiet smiles, the travelers began the gentle journey back toward Whispering Pines, while behind them, the Hill of Quiet Wishes remained peacefully beneath its ancient tree, waiting patiently.
The narrow forest path welcomed everyone back beneath the towering pines as the golden light of late afternoon slowly melted into evening. Behind you, the Hill of Quiet Wishes faded quietly into the distance, its ancient tree becoming little more than a graceful silhouette against the warm western sky. The paper windmill the little girl had given you rested gently in your hand. Every few steps, the evening breeze caught its painted lanterns, turning them slowly. The tiny paper lanterns seemed to dance in the fading sunlight. Thomas smiled when he noticed. "I've collected 3 of those over the years. They're too beautiful to throw away." Margaret laughed softly. "I still have mine from 15 years ago. It doesn't spin anymore, but it still reminds me." "What does it remind you of?" you asked. She looked toward the peaceful forest. "That the smallest gifts often stay with us the longest." No one hurried. The winding trail encouraged slow footsteps.
Sunlight filtered through the ancient branches in long golden ribbons that stretched across the moss-covered ground. Tiny birds settled into their evening songs. Woodpeckers grew quiet. The daytime butterflies slowly disappeared among the flowers, while dragonflies skimmed gracefully above the nearby stream. The forest itself seemed to be preparing for another peaceful night. Eventually, Thomas paused beside a gentle bend in the path. "This is the place." Everyone naturally stopped. Ahead, the trees opened just enough to reveal the western horizon. The setting sun rested above distant blue hills, bathing the entire valley in warm shades of amber, rose, and soft gold. Every pine tree seemed outlined in gentle light. The stream below reflected the sky like polished glass. Even the clouds appeared to drift more slowly. Nobody spoke. There was no need. The sunset quietly became everyone's conversation. The orange cat climbed onto a smooth boulder beside the path and sat perfectly still, watching the horizon with surprising dignity. The gray cat settled nearby. Even they seemed unwilling to disturb the peaceful moment. After several minutes, the first evening star appeared high above the forest. Soon another followed, then another. Day gently offered the sky back to night. As the light slowly faded, something familiar began happening among the trees. The first lantern awakened. Its warm amber glow quietly appeared beside the old wooden bridge. Moments later, another lantern farther down the trail came to life. Then another. One by one, golden lights stretched through whispering pines once again. No one lit them. No one seemed surprised. They simply welcomed another evening. Margaret smiled. "I think this is my favorite time of day, when the forest remembers its lanterns." The peaceful walk continued. Darkness never felt heavy beneath the glowing lights. Instead, the lanterns transformed the woodland path into something wonderfully comforting. Warm circles of light rested upon the moss. Tiny moths drifted lazily around the glowing glass. Somewhere beyond the trees, an owl welcomed the evening with a gentle call. Soon, the familiar stone walls of the last Lantern Inn appeared ahead. Its windows glowed warmly through the trees. Smoke curled peacefully from the chimney. The scent of cedar firewood reached you even before the garden gate. Fresh bread had once again begun baking. Mixed with it came the sweet fragrance of cinnamon and roasted apples. Thomas smiled proudly. "I remembered to prepare tomorrow's dough before we left." "I was hoping you'd say that," Eleanor replied. The front porch lantern burned with its usual welcoming light. As everyone stepped inside, the comforting warmth of the inn embraced them once again. Travel cloaks were gently hung beside the door. Boots rested neatly upon the wooden rack. The familiar crackling fireplace greeted everyone like an old friend. Nothing inside had changed, yet somehow everything felt even more welcoming after a day spent exploring beyond the forest. Several travelers who had remained at the inn looked up from their books with warm smiles. "How was Fern Hollow?" one asked. Thomas answered before anyone else. "The bread was excellent." Everyone laughed. Margaret smiled. "He always measures journeys by bakeries, and he's rarely disappointed." The common room slowly filled with quiet conversation once more. Fresh tea appeared on the tables. Thomas disappeared briefly into the kitchen before returning with a tray of warm hazelnut biscuits purchased that morning at the market. "They taste even better with evening tea," he announced. He was right. The buttery biscuits carried delicate pieces of roasted hazelnut and a touch of forest honey. Their gentle sweetness paired perfectly with the fragrant herbal tea Eleanor poured into waiting cups. Outside, a light breeze stirred the climbing roses beside the porch. The lanterns reflected softly in the damp garden stones. Far beyond the inn, the forest settled peacefully beneath another star-filled sky. You wandered once more to the front window. The winding path disappeared into the darkness, illuminated only by the faithful lanterns guiding unseen travelers through whispering pines. For the first time since arriving, you realized something unexpected. The inn no longer felt like a place you had discovered. It felt like somewhere you had quietly belonged all along. The thought brought a gentle smile. Behind you, the fireplace continued its comforting song. Ahead, the lanterns glowed patiently beneath the ancient pines. And somewhere far along the winding forest road, another traveler had just begun following the warm.
A peaceful stillness settled over the last lantern inn as the evening gently unfolded. The familiar warmth of the fireplace filled the common room, while outside the lanterns continued glowing beneath the whispering pines, casting soft pools of golden light across the winding forest path. The travelers gathered naturally around the long oak table once more. No one seemed eager to hurry upstairs. The day had been filled with quiet beauty, and everyone appeared content to let the evening linger just a little longer. Thomas returned from the kitchen, carrying a small iron kettle. Steam drifted lazily upward as he carefully poured fresh chamomile tea into waiting cups. The sweet floral aroma filled the room. Mr. Rowan smiled the moment he recognized it. "The flowers we gathered this morning." Thomas nodded proudly. "I thought they deserved to finish the day with us." Everyone lifted their cups. The tea tasted wonderfully gentle, warm, comforting, almost like breathing in the peaceful meadow itself. Margaret rested both hands around her cup. "I've spent years traveling from village to village." She gazed thoughtfully into the dancing firelight. "And everywhere I go, people ask the same question." "What question?" asked the young artist. "They ask where the happiest place I've ever visited is." The room grew quietly attentive. Margaret smiled. "I never answer with a city, or a castle, or a mountain." She looked slowly around the common room. "I tell them happiness is usually found around an ordinary table, with warm tea, fresh bread, and people who make room for one more chair." No one spoke. The fire quietly crackled. Outside, the breeze gently brushed against the windows. Her words settled softly into the room. Thomas finally smiled. "I think I'll bake another loaf tomorrow." Everyone laughed. The peaceful sound echoed gently beneath the old wooden beams. A few moments later, Eleanor stood and disappeared into a nearby hallway. When she returned, she carried a small wooden chest decorated with carved pine branches and tiny lanterns. The brass hinges had darkened beautifully with age. She placed it carefully upon the table. "This chest has belonged to the inn for longer than anyone remembers." She slowly opened the lid. Inside rested dozens of beautifully polished wooden tokens. Each one had been carved by hand. Some carried tiny stars. Others showed little birds. Several displayed pine trees, flowers, lanterns, rivers, or small cottages. Every traveler looked with quiet curiosity. Eleanor gently picked up one carved with a single oak leaf. Before guests leave the inn, they're invited to choose one. Not because it's valuable, but because every journey deserves something simple to carry home. She carefully passed the chest around the table. One by one, everyone reached inside without looking. The elderly violin maker smiled when he discovered a tiny carved feather. The young artist received a little paintbrush surrounded by leaves.
Thomas laughed warmly after finding a miniature loaf of bread. I suspect someone planned this. Eleanor simply smiled without answering. When the wooden chest reached you, you closed your eyes for a moment before placing your hand inside. The smooth wooden pieces rested quietly against your fingertips. You selected one almost at random. Opening your hand, you found a tiny lantern carved from pale maple wood. Its little windows had been carefully hollowed so light could pass through them. The craftsmanship was remarkably delicate. Mr. Rowan looked at it with gentle approval. A lantern, a lovely companion for future journeys. You turned the little carving slowly beneath the firelight. Though no larger than your thumb, it somehow carried the same comforting feeling as the glowing lanterns outside. Margaret smiled. Some gifts remind us where we've been. Others remind us who we became while we were there. You slipped the tiny lantern carefully into your pocket beside the little cedar tree you had carved on your first evening. 2 small keepsakes, neither expensive, yet somehow priceless. Outside, soft rain began falling once again. Not heavy rain, only a gentle shower that whispered across the rooftops and drifted through the pine branches. The sound wrapped around the inn like quiet music. Thomas looked toward the windows. I've always loved rain after a good day. It feels like the forest saying goodnight. The young artist opened her sketchbook one last time. Instead of painting the room, she drew only a single glowing lantern resting beside a rain-covered window. Nothing more. She smiled at the finished page. I don't think this evening needs anything else. Nearby, the grandfather clock quietly chimed. Several travelers slowly rose from their chairs. Warm wishes of good night drifted gently through the room. Someone added another log to the fireplace. Someone else folded a blanket left beside an empty chair. Tiny acts of kindness continued without anyone noticing they were doing them. At the front door, Eleanor stepped outside beneath the covered porch. As she did every evening, she carefully looked down the lantern-lit forest road. The rain shimmered softly beneath the golden lights. The path disappeared peacefully into the mist between the ancient pines. For several quiet moments, she simply stood there, watching, waiting, not because she expected someone, but because she believed every traveler deserved the comfort of knowing that somewhere, no matter how late the hour, a warm light would always remain waiting. Satisfied, she returned inside and gently closed the old oak door. The last lantern in settled peacefully into another quiet night. The rain whispered, the fire glowed, the lanterns shone faithfully beyond the windows. And within those old stone walls, surrounded by kindness, gentle conversation, and the comforting rhythm of the forest, sleep arrived.
The gentle rain continued through the night, falling with the same peaceful rhythm that had welcomed you on your first evening at the last Lantern Inn. Every drop seemed to soften the world outside until the forest became a quiet watercolor painted in shades of silver, green, and warm amber lantern light. Morning arrived slowly beneath thick gray clouds. Instead of bright sunshine, the day opened with a cool mist drifting gracefully between the towering pines. Tiny droplets gathered on every fern, every branch, and every rose in the garden, making the entire forest shimmer with quiet beauty. You stood beside the round window of the pine room for several peaceful moments. The familiar lanterns along the woodland path were slowly fading with the morning light, though one near the old bridge continued glowing softly beneath the mist. Somehow, it looked even more comforting in the rain. A gentle knock came at the door. "Come in."
Eleanor entered carrying a small wooden tray. Upon it rested a steaming cup of herbal tea and a warm cinnamon roll whose sweet aroma immediately filled the room. "I thought today deserved breakfast before breakfast." You smiled. "It certainly smells like it." She laughed softly. "Rain has a way of making everyone a little hungrier." Setting the tray beside the window, she looked toward the forest. "I always think rainy mornings encourage people to stay a little longer." The words lingered pleasantly in the quiet room. Neither of you hurried to leave. Instead, you stood together watching the rain drift through the pine branches. A squirrel carefully climbed down the old oak beside the garden. The orange cat sat beneath the covered porch, calmly observing the falling rain without any intention of getting wet. Nearby, the gray cat had already claimed the warm stone beside the kitchen chimney, where gentle heat still lingered from the early morning fire. Everything carried on peacefully, despite the weather, or perhaps because of it. After finishing the warm tea, you joined the others downstairs. The common room felt wonderfully cozy. The fireplace burned brighter than usual, filling every corner with comforting warmth. Several candles had been lit despite the daylight, their soft glow blending beautifully with the flickering fire. The scent of fresh coffee, warm bread, maple syrup, and baked apples drifted from the kitchen. Outside, rain tapped gently against the windows. Inside, the old inn seemed wrapped in perfect comfort. Thomas greeted everyone with his usual cheerful smile. "Rainy breakfasts require extra pancakes." No one questioned the statement. Soon large plates arrived topped with fluffy pancakes, roasted pears, warm berry compote, fresh cream, and a drizzle of forest honey. Beside them rested little bowls of toasted walnuts and cinnamon butter. Every bite carried warmth. Every flavor matched the peaceful morning outside. After breakfast, no one reached for coats. No one suggested another journey. The rain had quietly chosen the day's plans. Mr. Rowan carried several baskets of yarn from a cupboard near the fireplace. The young artist uncovered a box filled with watercolor paper. The violin maker carefully polished his instrument, while Thomas disappeared into the kitchen, returning moments later with trays of ginger biscuits fresh from the oven. Margaret smiled. "It appears the weather has planned an indoor holiday." Eleanor nodded happily. "The best kind." One by one, travelers settled into their favorite places. Some knitted, others read. A father quietly built tiny wooden animals with his son. The little boy proudly carved a crooked rabbit that looked nothing like a rabbit. Everyone admired it anyway. "It has character," Thomas declared with complete sincerity. The child beamed with pride. Near the fireplace, Eleanor unfolded an old patchwork quilt that was clearly been repaired countless times. Each square carried different patterns: little lanterns, wildflowers, birds, rolling hills, forest paths. Some fabrics looked new, others had faded beautifully with age. "This quilt my grandmother began." She gently ran her fingers across one of the oldest patches. "Every traveler who stayed more than 3 nights added one small piece." Margaret smiled immediately. "I remember sewing this blue corner." She pointed toward a square embroidered with tiny forget-me-not flowers. "I was only 20. Mr. Rowan laughed softly. "And I stitched that little pine tree." The young artist looked amazed. "So this quilt belongs to everyone?" Eleanor nodded. "Exactly." She placed a basket filled with colorful fabric scraps upon the table. "If anyone would like to add a piece." You selected a small square of deep forest green cloth. Nearby rested simple embroidery thread in gentle shades of gold, cream, and soft brown. Without worrying for perfection, you slowly stitched a tiny lantern surrounded by 2 quiet pine trees. The stitches weren't flawless. Some leaned slightly, others wandered just enough to reveal the hands that had made them. When you finished, Eleanor smiled warmly. It fits perfectly. Together, everyone watched as your little square was carefully sewn into one corner of the growing quilt. Another traveler, another quiet memory, another thread joining countless others. Outside, the rain continued falling with patient determination. Water trickled gently from the roof into old stone basins where small birds happily bathed between showers. The garden glistened beneath every raindrop. Lavender bowed gracefully beneath the moisture before standing proudly once again. The old wind chime beneath the apple tree sang whenever the breeze wandered past. Its familiar melody floated softly through the open kitchen window. Thomas appeared once more carrying a fresh kettle of tea. I believe stories taste better on rainy afternoons. Margaret raised her cup with a smile. I couldn't agree more. The travelers gathered closer to the fireplace as the gentle rain wrapped whispering pines in peaceful silence. Outside, the forest rested beneath silver mist. Inside, warm lanterns glowed steadily against old stone walls, and another quiet day at the last Lantern Inn unfolded exactly as it should, slowly, kindly, and without asking anything more of the world than a...
The gentle rain finally came to an end sometime during the night. By morning, whispering pines seemed to have awakened wearing a fresh coat of crystal. Every pine needle shimmered with tiny droplets, every flower glowed beneath the soft sunlight, and the forest carried that unmistakable fragrance that only follows a peaceful rainfall. Fresh earth, pine, wild herbs, and the faint sweetness of blooming roses. The sky above was wonderfully clear. Patches of white clouds drifted lazily across a brilliant blue morning, while golden sunlight poured through the trees in long, warm beams. The inn itself seemed brighter somehow. Sunlight danced across the old wooden floors. The window stood open, allowing cool forest air to wander gently through every room. Birdsong returned with cheerful enthusiasm. It felt as though the entire forest had taken a deep, refreshing breath. Breakfast unfolded slowly, as always. Fresh honey bread, warm blackberry muffins, creamy oatmeal topped with roasted almonds, golden apple slices sprinkled with cinnamon. Thomas seemed especially cheerful this morning. He kept glancing toward the windows with the smile of someone quietly waiting for something. Eventually, the young artist noticed, "You look as though you're keeping a secret." Thomas laughed. "I've managed to keep it for nearly a week." Mr. Rowan smiled knowingly. "I suppose today is finally the day." Margaret gently set down her teacup. "I almost forgot. The Lantern Festival." You looked curiously around the table. "The Lantern Festival?" Eleanor's eyes brightened. "It happens only once every summer. It isn't a grand celebration. There are no fireworks, no loud music, no crowds." She smiled softly. "It's simply an evening when everyone in Whispering Pines lights one lantern in honor of someone who once showed them kindness." The atmosphere around breakfast became filled with quiet anticipation. Not excitement, something gentler, like looking forward to seeing an old friend. After the meal, preparations began throughout the inn. Fresh flowers decorated the windows, long wooden tables were carried into the garden, white linen cloths fluttered gently in the summer breeze. Thomas baked honey cakes shaped like little lanterns. Their sweet aroma drifted across the garden, while cinnamon rolls cooled beside open windows. Children from Fern Hollow soon began arriving along the woodland path, carrying colorful paper lanterns they had made themselves.
Some looked like stars, others tiny cottages. One little boy proudly carried a lantern shaped like an owl. A young girl carefully held one shaped like a rabbit surrounded by painted wildflowers. Each child smiled proudly. Every lantern looked wonderfully unique. By late afternoon, villagers slowly gathered around the inn. Old friends greeted one another warmly. Travelers joined local families without hesitation. Someone quietly tuned a violin, another arranged simple wildflowers inside glass jars. No elaborate decorations were needed. The forest itself provided all the beauty anyone could wish for. As the sun slowly approached the western hills, Eleanor gently rang the little brass bell hanging beside the garden gate. Its soft chime floated peacefully through whispering pines. Conversation gradually faded, not because anyone had been asked to become silent, simply because the moment itself invited quiet. One by one, every person lifted a lantern. Thomas carried the old brass lantern that belonged to his father. Mr. Rowan chose a weathered cedar lantern carved with oak leaves. Margaret held the tiny wooden lantern she had returned to the inn days earlier. Children carefully protected their paper lanterns with both hands. Finally, Eleanor lit the first flame. Its warm amber light glowed behind the glass. She used it to light Thomas's lantern. Thomas lit Mr. Rowan's. Mr. Rowan lit Margaret's. Soon the light traveled quietly from person to person. No lantern remained unlit for long. One small flame became many. Golden lights slowly awakened throughout the garden. The evening breeze carried the soft scent of beeswax candles and blooming jasmine. Above, the first stars quietly appeared. Below, hundreds of gentle lanterns now glowed beneath the towering pines. Their warm light reflected in every rain-washed leaf. The forest looked almost dreamlike. As darkness slowly embraced whispering pines, Eleanor spoke only a single sentence: "May every kindness continue lighting another path." Nothing more. No speeches followed, no applause, only peaceful silence. Then, together, everyone began walking slowly along the familiar lantern path leading into the forest. The glowing procession wound gently between ancient trees like a quiet river of golden stars. Some travelers remembered old friends, others thought of family. Some simply walked in grateful silence. You held your lantern carefully as the warm light danced across the woodland trail. For one peaceful evening, it seemed impossible to tell where the stars ended and the lanterns began. Above you, a quiet sky filled with quiet constellations. Beside you, a forest glowing with gentle kindness. And somewhere deep within whispering pines, every warm light whispered the same.
The Lantern Festival slowly came to a close, though no one seemed eager for it to end. The glowing procession returned along the winding woodland path with the same peaceful rhythm in which it had begun. Lanterns swayed gently in travelers' hands, their warm amber light dancing across the moss-covered ground as soft night breezes whispered through the towering pines. Above, countless stars filled the clear summer sky. Below, hundreds of tiny lanterns glowed beneath the ancient trees. For a little while, it felt as though heaven and earth were quietly reflecting one another. As everyone reached the garden of the last Lantern Inn, the lanterns were carefully placed along long wooden tables covered with white linen. None were extinguished immediately. Instead, they continued glowing softly while villagers shared tea, warm honey cakes, fresh berries, and quiet conversations beneath the open sky.
Children chased fireflies among the lavender. The violin maker played one final melody. Its gentle notes floated through the cool night air before disappearing into the peaceful forest. No applause followed, only grateful smiles. Eventually, families began saying their goodbyes. One by one, villagers walked back toward Fern Hollow, carrying their lanterns through the moonlit woods. Every farewell felt warm rather than sad. There will be another summer, another lantern, another evening together. Those simple promises drifted softly through the garden. Before long, the inn grew peaceful once more. Only a few travelers remained beside the fireplace. Thomas quietly washed the last teacups. Mr. Rowan carefully returned several lanterns to their shelves. Margaret stood upon the front porch, looking toward the forest road beneath the moonlight. You joined her. "The festival was beautiful," you whispered. She nodded gently. "It always reminds me of something." "What is that?" She smiled without taking her eyes from the glowing path. "That kindness never truly disappears. It simply becomes someone else's light." For several minutes, neither of you spoke. The forest answered instead. Crickets sang softly among the grasses. The little stream beyond the bridge murmured over smooth stones. An owl called gently from somewhere deep within whispering pines. The lanterns lining the road continued burning patiently beneath the stars. Eventually, Margaret turned toward the inn. "I think tomorrow will be my last morning here." The words arrived quietly, without sadness, almost like the changing of seasons. You looked toward her. "Are you leaving?" She nodded. "There are still roads I've promised to walk." She rested one hand on the porch railing. "But this place," her smile grew warmer, "it always remains part of every journey." Inside, Eleanor was carefully folding the white tablecloths from the evening celebration. She looked up as Margaret entered. "You've decided?" Margaret nodded. "I'll leave after breakfast." Eleanor crossed the room and embraced her gently. Neither woman spoke. The hug itself carried every word that might have been said. Thomas quietly pretended to busy himself polishing a copper kettle. Even he seemed a little quieter than usual. Later that evening, after everyone had wished one another good night, you climbed the old staircase toward the pine room. The hallway felt wonderfully peaceful. Moonlight poured through the tall windows, stretching pale silver patterns across the polished wooden floor. The old grandfather clock quietly marked another passing hour. Your room waited exactly as you had left it. Fresh flowers rested upon the windowsill. The little cedar carving and tiny maple lantern remained beside the bed. Outside, gentle moonlight covered the garden. Before closing the curtains, you noticed Eleanor standing alone beneath the oldest lantern near the garden gate. She held a small notebook. For several moments, she quietly wrote something before carefully placing the notebook back into her pocket. The lantern above her glowed steadily. Its warm light surrounded her with a peaceful golden circle. Curious, you asked her about it the following morning. She smiled. "My grandmother asked me to write down one name after every lantern festival." "What names?" "The names of everyone who shared this evening with us." She looked toward the sleeping inn, "so that long after we're gone, the house will still remember." The thought lingered gently in your heart, not because names themselves were important, but because every traveler mattered. Every visit left a quiet thread woven into the story of the inn. The rain had washed the forest clean. The festival had filled it with light. Now another calm morning quietly approached. Outside, the eastern sky had already begun changing from deep blue to soft shades of silver and pale gold. Dawn would arrive soon. So would another journey. Some travelers would continue toward distant roads. Others would remain for another peaceful day. Life at the Last Lantern Inn had always been like the forest surrounding it. Nothing was held too tightly, nothing truly disappeared. People simply arrived, rested, shared kindness, and when the time came, they carried a little of its gentle light with them into the world beyond the whispering pines. As you closed the window for the night, the final lantern outside continued glowing faithfully beneath the stars, quietly keeping.
The first light of dawn arrived quietly over whispering pines. Long before the sun climbed above the eastern hills, a gentle silver glow settled across the forest. Tiny drops of morning dew rested upon every fern, every pine needle, and every rose in the garden, sparkling softly as though the night had left behind 1,000 tiny stars. The lanterns lining the woodland path still burned with their familiar golden light. One by one, as daylight slowly strengthened, they gently faded. Not suddenly, not all at once. Each lantern seemed to offer one final warm glow before peacefully resting until evening returned again. From somewhere high in the trees came the cheerful song of a robin. Soon another answered, then dozens more. The forest slowly awakened. The Last Lantern Inn did the same. Smoke curled lazily from the old stone chimney. The comforting aroma of fresh bread drifted quietly through the cool morning air. Thomas was already awake. Of course he was. Some traditions never changed. When you stepped downstairs, the common room was filled with soft morning light. Fresh wildflowers rested upon every table. The fireplace now burned gently rather than brightly. The rain-washed windows stood open, welcoming the fresh scent of pine and wild mint inside. Margaret was already sitting beside the window. Her satchel rested neatly beside her chair. Her cloak had been folded carefully across the back. A single cup of tea warmed her hands. She smiled as you entered. "I was hoping we'd have one last breakfast together." Soon everyone gathered once more around the familiar oak table. Warm oat bread, fresh blackberry preserves, golden butter, soft boiled eggs, wildflower honey, steaming tea. Nothing extravagant, everything comforting. The conversation remained gentle. Nobody mentioned leaving. Nobody counted the hours ahead. Instead, they spoke about simple memories: the lake beneath the willow tree, the paper windmills on the hillside, the lantern festival, the rainy afternoon beside the fireplace. Each memory was shared quietly, like placing another log on a warm fire. After breakfast, Margaret stood and slipped her satchel over one shoulder. Thomas handed her a neatly wrapped loaf of fresh bread. "For the road." She smiled warmly. "You always know exactly what travelers need." Mr. Rowan presented her with a small packet of pressed lavender gathered from the garden, so the journey smells a little like home. The young artist carefully removed a watercolor from her sketchbook. It showed the Last Lantern Inn glowing beneath the evening lanterns. "I'd like you to keep this." Margaret accepted it with grateful eyes. "I'll carry it wherever the road leads." Finally, Eleanor stepped forward. She held nothing in her hands. Instead, she simply embraced her old friend once again. "No matter how far you wander," she smiled, "a lantern will always be waiting." Margaret nodded quietly. "I know."
Outside, the garden shimmered beneath the gentle morning sun. The orange cat rubbed happily against Margaret's boots. The older gray cat watched peacefully from the porch steps. Even the birds seemed to pause as she walked slowly toward the garden gate. Everyone accompanied her as far as the first lantern beside the woodland path. There they stopped. Nobody believed in making goodbyes longer than necessary. The warmest farewells were often the simplest. Margaret looked back one final time. The old stone inn rested peacefully among the towering pines. Its windows reflected the bright morning sky. Flower boxes overflowed with colorful blossoms. The familiar chimney released its quiet ribbon of smoke. It looked exactly as it had the day she arrived, and yet everything felt different. Because home is never changed by its walls. It is changed by the memories we leave inside them. Margaret smiled. Then she turned gently and continued along the winding forest road. Her figure grew smaller between the ancient trees. Soon only her lantern-colored cloak could be seen. Then only a tiny silhouette. Finally, only the peaceful forest remained. No one hurried back inside. Everyone stood quietly for another moment, listening. The breeze wandered gently through whispering pines. Leaves whispered overhead. The little stream beyond the bridge continued its endless song. Somewhere far away, laughter drifted from Fern Hollow. Life continued exactly as it always had. As the afternoon sun climbed higher above whispering pines, you found yourself standing beside the front porch one final time. The little maple lantern rested safely in your pocket. Nearby, the tiny cedar carving remained beside it. Simple keepsakes, small enough to fit in one hand, large enough to carry an entire journey. Looking down the winding woodland path, you finally understood why travelers always found their way here. It wasn't because the end appeared on every map. It wasn't because people searched for it. They found it when they needed rest, when they needed kindness, when they needed to remember that the world still held quiet places where strangers became friends, where every meal was shared with gratitude, where every lantern welcomed another weary traveler home. The breeze stirred gently through the pines. One lantern beside the garden gate swayed softly in the afternoon light. For just a moment it caught the sun. Its golden glass glowed brilliantly, almost as though it were smiling. And somewhere, perhaps many miles away, another traveler had just begun walking along a quiet forest road, unaware that beyond the whispering pines, an old stone inn still waited patiently with warm bread in the oven, a glowing lantern by the gate, and one empty chair beside the fire. Because some stories never truly end.